Chapter 2. Bai Ludi, the ANBU master of the Naruto mobile game, is famous for his fast head-touching speed in the class. Now, he traveled through time and came to the world of Naruto. The reason was that one morning, Bai Ludi opened the ranking match and selected his favorite operating ninja, the young Minato, and prepared to show off his operations fiercely. The battle is about to break out, it's time for Xiao Hao to suffer some pain. At the beginning, he started with the Overlord Raise Nan, but accidentally triggered the perfect blur, and was sucked into the divine space. He slapped it with his hand, and the phone screen exploded. Then, he sadly crossed over. Although the way of time travel is a bit sloppy, it doesn't hurt because he obtained the standard equipment of the protagonist of the novel The System. Although this system is a movie streaming type and needs to play videos to earn emotional energy for the ninja world in order to improve its strength, it is better than nothing. After squeezing his body with the help of the system, Bai Ludi opened his eyes with peace of mind. Just when the young man was full of fighting spirit and ready to explore this land, the whole world was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling white light devour. In the blurry scene, he recognized Uchiha Madara's wildly laughing face. White's face at the beginning connected with Infinite Tsukuyomi's Ludi play. Play NM. Ding, the host protection mechanism has been activated. The time reversal card has been consumed, and the time and space node is being locked. The remaining energy is being calculated. The time and space node was successfully anchored, the 7th class was established. Time and space travel is over and the energy is about to be exhausted. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. I don't know how long it will take. I feel so dizzy. The bumpy feeling of time and space travel made Bai Ludi almost vomit out yesterday's dinner. Ding, the energy is about to be exhausted. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. Stop, 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 got it. What do you think this is about? Bai Ludi waved his hand to interrupt the rereading, then frowned and said, "Where is this?" The system was silent, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. But who was Bai Ludi? He identified at a glance that the system was pretending to be dead. In desperation, the young man had no choice but to stand up and look around. This place seemed familiar. Maybe he was there. I've seen it. Not sure, take another look, the boundless void, the hazy vista, the light passing by from time to time, and the white-haired old man sitting by the weak fire. Bai Ludi made a fist with his right hand, slapped the palm of his left hand suddenly, and suddenly realized. He walked forward quickly, sat down unceremoniously, and greeted the white-haired uncle warmly. "Good morning, noon, and evening, bro. I am a newlywed, just call me Lao Bai. By the way, is there anything to eat here?" Hitaki Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo thought he had seen countless big scenes, but today, he fell into an unprecedented silence, unable to speak for the first time in his life. Bai Ludi noticed the subtlety of the atmosphere and suddenly realized the blind spot. So he apologized and said again. "So what? I'm sorry, brother, I messed up. This is not a pure land. Logically speaking, none of us are dead yet, so I will be the new living dead." Hitaki Sakumo. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Bai Ludi, who had an itchy head while playing with Qing Shui, was placed in the ninja realm dream house, between reality and the pure land. In order to reshape the body, he works as a video editor and works part-time to care for the mental health of middle-aged dead people. In the empty classroom, the blonde boy opened the door with a hint of dissatisfaction and looked outside the door. "What's going on? Only our 7th class's instructor Janin hasn't come yet." "Naruto," the pink-haired girl Harano Sakura responded impatiently. "Can't you be quiet for a while?" Uzumaki Naruto retorted unconvinced. Everyone else followed the instructions and left, leaving only the 3 of us here in a daze. Only the 3 of them were left in the classroom to whet their appetites. Uzumaki Naruto was naturally angry, so he looked at the black-haired boy leaning against the corner. "Hey, what do you think?" "Suzuki. Be quiet, you idiot! What did you say? Just when the two were about to argue, there was a sudden commotion outside the window, and the three people's attention was instantly attracted. Naruto Uzumaki, the most mobile person, ran to the window and murmured curiously what happened. As he opened the window, he immediately noticed a strange phenomenon in the sky. A black rectangle like a theater curtain suddenly appeared over Konoha, as if a piece of the sky had been cut off, which was terrifying. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, called Sakura. Come and see. The sky seems to be partially covered. The sky is covered? Harano Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke quickly came to the window and also observed. Uchiha Sasuke was relatively sharp and warned vigilantly, you idiot, pay attention to me, it may be an attack on the village. Hearing this, Sakura said nervously, attack, what is going on? Even in this classroom, the trio could hear the noise in the streets outside, with many Chunin and Jounin moving quickly on rooftops and walls to deal with emergencies. Uchiha Sasuke stared at the light screen, frowning, such a powerful chakra fluctuation, our leading Jounin must have been summoned urgently. Upon hearing this, Naruto looked disappointed. Hey? Then what should I do? Sakura didn't care about her new teacher. The girl looked at the sky intently, look, you too. The light curtain seems to be moving. On the other side, the Hokage's office and the high-end combat forces of Konoha village gathered together. Why hasn't Danzo come yet? The elderly third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two equally old advisors beside him and asked. Mito Kaden and Kohara responded casually. Danzo's actions at the root of the organization, Hiruzen, are in charge of you. The overall situation is fine. Snort. We'll talk about Danzo later. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted, and then looked at the Anbu and Janin in front of him. Hitaki Kakashi immediately understood what the other party meant, and stepped forward to explain. Sandaime-sama, there are fluctuations in space on that light screen, and I can't attack it with ninjutsu. Kakashi Hitaki's teacher, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, is a master of flying thunder god using time and space ninjutsu. Kakashi is quite familiar with the fluctuations of time and space ninjutsu under his influence. Before heading to the Hokage Tower he had attacked the light screen from a distance before, but the ninjutsu would only penetrate through the light screen as if there was no obstacle. Konoha military advisor Nara Shikaku took over and gave his speculation. If there is no entity, what about the possibility of large-scale illusions? Most likely it's not an illusion. Kakashi frowned slightly, then lifted up his forehead protector, revealing the 3 Megatama Sharingan underneath. Everyone nodded when they saw this. Even the Sharingan could not see the problem, so the possibility of it being an illusion was very small. It's not an illusion, but it can't attack. Could it be a projection like a mirage? I heard that Kirigakure seems to have similar ninjutsu. Nara Shikaku pointed out the possibility of a conspiracy in the Kirigakure village. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly and waved his hand. No matter what it is, whether it is a strange celestial phenomenon or a conspiracy in the Kirigakure village, let the civilians take emergency refuge first, and just wait and see what happens. However, the presence of that light curtain was so strong. Whose handiwork was it? Hiruzen Sarutobi had only experienced this sense of oppression from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who was revered as the god of ninjas. At the same time, similar situations occurred in the ninja villages in the Kingdom of Earth, the Kingdom of Thunder, the Kingdom of Wind, and the Kingdom of Water. Just as everyone was discussing countermeasures, the picture on the light screen began to change. The sky and the earth are vast, the avenues are indistinct, the continent of Zenobi, the supreme one among the sect, is named Film. Chapter 3. Let's not forget about Rasha, who was forced to become the enemy of the ninja world. Not all ninjas are fools, but rather most ninjas are shrewd and suspicious, and they have discovered some clues. First, there is the environment displayed in the light curtain. At first glance, it seems to be no different from the endless desert in the Kingdom of Wind. However, upon closer inspection, you can see the differences. Although the sand and dust in the Kingdom of Wind are violent, the sandstorm in the video is even more violent, as if it can swallow everything. Furthermore, the terrain of the Kingdom of Wind is mainly flat desert, but the background in the video is more like a valley surrounded by mountains. The second point is the moving puppet in the video. In the ninja world, when it comes to puppets, people will naturally think of the puppet masters of Tsunagakure village. Their skills are unique in the ninja world. The puppet masters used chakra wires to control the puppets without the need for close combat. In addition, the clever combination of poison and mechanisms caused headaches for other ninja villages. The puppets in the video are indeed similar to those in Tsunagakure village, but their craftsmanship is far more sophisticated than conventional ones. The last and most important point. Thinking of this, Granny Cho, the strongest puppet master in Tsunagakure village, frowned. She thought, how does this puppet move without the control of chakra lines? No wonder she was surprised. In the ninja world, the puppet master's biggest weakness is his chakra cord. The chakra thread is the lifeblood of the puppet master. Once the thread is broken, no matter how powerful the puppet is, it is just a lifeless puppet. However, there was no trace of chakra lines behind the puppet in the video, which completely subverted Chiyo's cognition. Also curious about this mysterious phenomenon is the talented puppet master Red Sand Scorpion. In the secret base of the Akatsuki organization, he stared at the light curtain intently, trying to uncover the secrets behind the puppet manipulation. As the scenes flowed, the next moment, a man fighting fiercely with the puppet appeared in the camera. He had short blonde hair and wore a black and orange-based outfit. Holding the dagger tightly with both hands, he tried his best to resist the fierce blow of the puppet, but unfortunately it was not strong enough and was still knocked away. However, he performed a backflip in the air, deftly released the momentum, and landed firmly, revealing his face. The young man has dazzling short golden hair, which stands upright unruly, as if it can reflect the rays of the sun. His blue eyes are clear and confident, shining with unyielding light, and there are iconic black face lines on his cheeks, which are a symbol of his unique identity. The boy's attire did not fit the style of anywhere in the ninja world. The most important thing is the identity token hanging on his waist. It is engraved with the same emblem as the ninja world's Konoha village. The appearance of the blonde boy instantly increased the number of barrages. That's Konoha's symbol. We have misunderstood the Kazekage for a long time. The one who wants to unify the ninja world is the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiss, is it still too late for me to defect to Konoha? The person in front is thinking shit, the traitor and ninja are wanted by all the villages. Roar! The strongest Hokage? How many years have passed outside? The monkey has made so much progress and has surpassed his elder brother. Huh? Do you dare to sign up for me in front of me? Actually insulting the Sandaime-sama? What is your elder brother? I'm afraid the Sandaime-sama will be shocked to death if he farts. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who has become increasingly calm in his old age, choked and sweat broke out on his head. The tone of the previous barrage was too familiar to him. The old man's eyes were dull and he murmured softly. Teacher, is it really you? In the Pure Land, Hiruzen Sarutobi's teacher is also the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, with sharp eyes at this moment. It's okay to insult him, he never cares about what outsiders think of him, but it's not okay to insult his eldest brother Senju Hashirama. Ignoring the elder brother beside him who advised him to calm down, the white-haired and red-eyed soul body quickly sent a barrage. Name? Damn Uchiha, how dare you slander your elder brother? I am Senju Tobirama, the second-generation Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village. Huh? Fuck you, are you the second Hokage? Then I am still the god of ninja. Besides, my surname is not Uchiha. The expected submission did not appear, and Senju Tobirama was stunned for a moment when he announced his name. The first time a creature like Keyboard Man appeared in the ninja world, it made the second-generation Hokage, who is known for his wisdom, speechless. Senju Hashirama held down his brother's hand to prevent him from continuing to confront the keyboard warrior, while he boldly smoothed things over. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that someone would still remember me after I die. How happy I am! Which onion are you? I am Senju Hashirama, and I bear the name of the first Hokage. That's almost it. Then I am Shura from the ninja realm. In fact, I didn't die that day in the Valley of the End. Now come to Kirigakure village to find me, and I will give you 2 Sharingan eyes. 1000-arm pillar room. He looked at Uchiha Madara, who was also in a soul body next to him, with a bit of embarrassment on his face. Ha ha ha! Madara, it seems that you are also very popular in future generations. There are people pretending to be you, but they are definitely not as popular as me. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and did not respond. But in his heart, he was not as calm as he showed. What he just said casually in the barrage was a bit shocking. He almost thought that Obito, who stayed in the ninja world, had gone crazy and started to leak him. However, this light curtain could actually connect to the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara had a bad feeling. He squinted his eyes and observed carefully. The battle continued. The moment the blonde boy landed, he threw several sharp darts at the puppet like an arrow from a string. However, these darts were easily bounced away like fragile leaves in front of the puppet's hard as iron shell, leaving no trace. At the same time, the puppet seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism, and its speed suddenly increased, approaching like a ghost. Faced with this sudden change, the blonde boy failed to react in time. He was pressed firmly against the cold wall by the puppet, and then was stabbed through the heart with 10,000 knives. The enemy who controlled the puppet saw this and moved the puppet away with satisfaction, thinking that the battle was over. However, at this moment, an accident happened, and the boy in the picture turned into golden particles and slowly dissipated in the air. It turned out that it was not his true body, but a clever incarnation. In the ninja world, experienced ninjas can understand it at a glance. Although this young man has a good sense of fighting, he lacks caution. His movements are neat, but there are many omissions in details. Konoha, the ninjutsu classroom where the new Class 7 is located. A trace of surprise flashed in Haruno Sakura's eyes. She pointed at the image on the light screen and said to Naruto, "Hey, this blonde guy looks a bit similar to you, Naruto." Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and looked carefully. He looked at the figure in the light screen, and then muttered dissatisfiedly, "What? I won't be defeated so easily." In his perception, the guy who looked very similar to himself on the screen was beaten. It's a shame that it's a particle of light. This was exactly the same as when he challenged Sasuke and was knocked down every time, and he didn't want to admit the similarity. Haruno Sakura turned to Uchiha Sasuke and summoned up the courage to ask Sasuke, "Don't you think so?" Sasuke just responded lightly, "Well, they are very similar, but their temperament is much more mature than that of the crane tail." "Hello! Damn Sasuke, where am I immature?" Naruto yelled dissatisfied. Sasuke ignored Naruto's dissatisfaction and stared at the light screen and continued to analyze, and the guy on the video didn't lose. It should be something similar to the clone technique. Sakura ignored Naruto. She was happy to be able to talk to Sasuke and continued to speak. That person might be a relative of Naruto. After all, neither you nor I have met Naruto's family. Sasuke frowned slightly when he heard it, and interrupted the conversation before she finished speaking. "You are noisy, shut up." Chapter 4. When Sasuke choked like this, Sakura suddenly realized that she had said something inappropriate and felt a little guilty. However, a gleam of light flashed in Naruto's eyes, and a glimmer of hope surged in his heart. Could he really have relatives? He carefully observed the ninja on the light screen. His hair color, eye color, and even the patterns on his clothes were strikingly similar to his. Naruto once heard Sasuke say that it seemed to be called a family crest. If two people bear the same family crest, it means they are relatives of the same family. Maybe the person in the video is really his relative? Are you in a situation where you have been performing a secret mission for the village and must remain a secret? After all, you can guess from the clothes that it is far away from the village. After thinking briefly, he looked at Suzuki again. It would be great if he had relatives alive, but what about Suzuki, who was also alone? Is Suzuki also? Thinking of this, Naruto noticed that Sasuke's eyes were still on the light screen, as if he was seeking confirmation of something, so he also looked over. In the picture, the moment the blonde boy turned into golden particles and disappeared, the puppet seemed to be temporarily confused. At this moment of lightning, a figure with short pink hair descended from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. We succeeded. It was a heroic girl. She jumped into the sky like a divine weapon descended from the sky. A punch with white light hits the puppet on the head, knocking it to the ground. The rescue was successful. Junior brother, are you okay? The girl has a strong figure and quickly retreats. Her eyes are blazing, revealing her extraordinary skills and keen insight. Around her waist, she wears an identity token of the same style as that of the blonde boy, highlighting her identity. Hello. I said before, don't call me junior brother. You are obviously only a few months older than me. The blonde boy jumped out from behind a boulder and protested loudly. He was obviously very dissatisfied with this title. In the ninja world, many eyes lit up. The girl in the video has pink hair and blue eyes, a beautiful face, and is dignified. A bit cute. She has rich experience, capable and reliable movements, and is both cute and handsome. The exquisite costumes she wears are beyond comparison. There are very few female ninjas in the ninja world, and there are even more outstanding female ninjas. It's a rare sight. Since you can't resist watching the light screen, why not choose some pleasing content? The identity token worn by the girl is exactly the same as that of the blonde boy. Obviously, the blonde boy before her is her teammate. Such a cute kunoichi, I'm in love. Why are there no girls in our team? The one who spoke earlier is definitely not a Konoha ninja. Our classes have always been divided into 2 boys and 1 girl. It is said that it can increase the competitiveness among the teams. Forget about kunoichi, it's hard to say whether they are ninjas or not, at least I don't see the fighting style of ninjas. Tsunagakure Village, Kazekage's office. Rosa hurried back to the village and saw that the direction of the barrage had changed. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be forced to go to war with the other 4 countries. He knew how much he weighed and how strong he was at the cage level. Yes, but not many. At most, he was tied with other ordinary cage level 1-on-1. Not to mention the war with the 4 major countries at the same time, the other 3 people in his village were sweating. A group of shock waves. Granny Cho, who only had 1 foot in the coffin, relied on the fact that the puppet master was not young, but she could still exert her shadow-level strength. Rosa thought of her traitorous son Gaara, the one-tailed Jinhyuriki, sighed deeply. After the Jinhyuriki-tailed beast transforms, his combat power is at least cage level, which is still very difficult to deal with. For example, the head of the Hyuga family, when fighting against others, he is undoubtedly the cage level. The Byakugan that can clearly see the acupuncture points, combined with the Bagwazang that specializes in sealing chakra, is very difficult to deal with. But if he encounters a tailed beast, his situation is no better than that of other jounin miscellaneous fish. But Rosa believed that Gaara's energy was too small and his emotional state was very unstable, so he could not control the tailed beast at all. Not to mention becoming the village's fighting force, the losses caused to the village over the years are enough to train several jounin. Luo Sha's initial thoughts are not important. What is important is that at this moment, the barrage has already started to stir up trouble. Another person with that brand, a bastard from Konoha, why don't you come out and explain? I am a Konoha Chiyunin, and the 2 people in the video are not from our village. I am a Jounin of Konoha, and the two people in the video are from our village. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. I declare that from now on Konoha will surrender to Iwagakure village. I cannot defeat Lord Onoki who can fly. Iwagakure native dog, you fart. I am the Hokage's consultant. I report that the Hokage likes to spy on women's bathhouses. The comments were in chaos, and the chaos on the internet broke out in the ninja world in an instant. But soon, the comments area returned to peace. The barrage intelligent blocking function has been upgraded to v6.6.6. Please speak carefully and maintain a civilized chat environment. Attachment, touching the head. GIF. Looking at this red text, everyone in the ninja world fell into thinking. Putting aside that expression, it looked very uncomfortable and caused the blood pressure to soar. This simple announcement also revealed a lot of information. The chaos just now was partly caused by the keyboard warriors of the real ninja world, and partly caused by the temptation of someone with good intentions. Test this light curtain to see if it is intelligent and what its purpose is. In the cleared barrage area, a brand new barrage expressed everyone's thoughts. Is the light screen playing this kind of scene foreshadowing something? Or is it a warning? Caught between the real world and the underworld. Bai Ludi did not give an answer. After editing the video, he started playing it. He picked up the two mobile phones given by the system, handed one to Hitaki Sakumo, and the young man began to teach. The uncle plays games. Anyway, there is no concept of time passing in the gap. As for the name of the game, of course it is The Legend of Five Villages Eyeballs. Looking at the red label Bati Ching Shui he selected, he has a total of 11,451 games and a record of 45% winning rate. Bai Ludi smiled evilly, and it was finally about to begin. It must be a hearty battle next. Looking back at the ninja world, the light curtain is still running. Under the raging sand and dust, the puppet stood up again after falling to the ground, and the debris dragged behind it was scattered in the wind. The pink-haired girl was busy talking and was unaware of the crisis behind her. The operator seized the opportunity and commanded the puppet to approach quietly, intending to launch a sneak attack. In front of the girl, the blonde boy instantly realized the danger, and his body moved ahead of his consciousness. Spiral light wheel dance. A spinning blue ball of light condensed in his palm, passed over the shoulder of the pink-haired girl, and quickly headed towards the puppet. At the critical moment, the ball of light violently hit the puppet's chest, finally completely defeating it. What a strange name, ha 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 ha. Among the younger generation of ninjas, the blow of the blonde boy did not cause much disturbance. They were just a little curious about the name of this unique move. However, the more experienced ninjas all widened their eyes. I know very well what a legendary figure this attack method once belonged to. That is it possible? You can't be wrong, I'm from Iwagakure village, I know it turns into ashes. That is, Raise Nan. The Yandere Hokage of Konoha, the golden flash of fame. Chapter 5. In the depths of Iwagakure village, the third-generation Tsuchikage, the two-storied Onaki, slapped his hands on the table angrily, floating in the air in shock. Who is the figure in the video? Could it be that he is the descendant of Golden Flash? His excitement was not without reason, because the golden shining reputation of Namikaze Minato was made of the flesh and blood of IWA Ninja. During the Third Ninja War, Onaki sent elite troops to sneak attack on Konoha, but unexpectedly they were rushed to support. Namikaze Minato seemed to be in an uninhabited place, and he instantly killed 50 ninjas, including many Jounin, which brought deep shame to Iwagakure village. After the war, in order to preserve the vitality of the village, Onaki had to issue an order. The order: abandon the mission and turn around and run away when encountering a golden flash. That day, he witnessed the relieved expressions of his subordinates, and was extremely heartbroken. The backbone of their generation in Iwagakure village was broken by Namikaze Minato. Now, if anyone wants to inherit the golden mantle, Oniki vows to nip it in the bud. As far as I know, the only person in the ninja world who can cast the raise nan is Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Onoki clenched his fists, filled with doubts. Could it be that Jiraiya had accepted a disciple? But he calmed down quickly and realized that the scene in the video was not the ninja world, at least not in any corner they knew. The so-called Zenobi who is the mainland? Onoki began to carefully examine the content of the video. In the picture, fragments of the smashed puppet were scattered everywhere, but dense red lines were revealed. A moment later, the explosion occurred. The blonde boy stood still, unable to dodge in the future. In the smoke and dust caused by the explosion, a strange, dark-colored dog rushed out, holding the boy's leg in its mouth, with a pink-haired girl sitting on top of it, and ran all the way back to its owner. The blonde boy was dragged along, bumped, and finally was swung by the dog's head and thrown away. The pink-haired girl landed smoothly after her mount turned into ink. This guy is so good, he doesn't look like the 4th Hokage at all. Just now, our team's coaching Jounin suffered from yellow hedgehog-headed PTSD, and now he's cured, ha 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 ha. IWA Ninja in front, your teacher is so lucky to be able to return to the village alive after encountering the Golden Flash. How do you know he is an IWA nin? You don't understand this. The only people who would react so strongly to golden flashes are the useless IWA ninjas who can run away without fighting when encountering golden flashes. Details upstairs. So, the barrage quickly explained the story of Namikaze Minato's battle with the Agangan ninja elite. That's roughly it. It is said that after that, many people in Iwagakure village suffered from golden flash phobia. It's so pitiful, ha ha ha. Is the golden glitter so strong? But I heard that the current Hokage of Konoha is an old man. The 4th Hokage, even if he is my enemy, I admit that as a ninja, I have never seen a better guy than Namikaze Minato. Oh, no matter how good he is, he will still die. Who in the ninja world doesn't know that he is the shortest-lived Hokage? Pure Land, Senju Hashirama's eyes widened, and unbelievable waves surged in his heart. He was originally immersed in joy, because according to the barrage, the 4th Hokage was a very good man. He was about to. Uchiha Madara said that his choice to entrust his will to his descendants was not wrong. However, the sudden bad news stopped his words abruptly. No, why did he die? He looked around and didn't see the yellow hedgehog head that the barrage mentioned, so he turned his gaze back to the sky and tried to verify with the light screen. In the picture, a black-haired boy walked out of the wind and sand holding handprints, holding a brush in his other hand. Obviously, he was the one who had just manipulated the big dog to save the 2 of them. The young man said to the pink-haired girl in a calm tone, "Junior sister Yinger, don't take it lightly. Understand, I was negligent this time." The girl's crisp response was as sweet as a lark. An adult man, like the leader of the 3 men, jumped down from a high place and lifted up the blonde boy. Then he said in a teaching tone, "When the opponent is a machine doll, attacking the vital points of the human body in a conventional sense is useless. Yeah, Naruto. Why don't you use the magic breaking knife I gave you?" "Leaf, Naruto." Harano Sakura whispered in surprise. "Naruto? Why is he called Naruto?" Naruto looked confused. "Hey? I don't know either." Sasuke on the side immediately added, "Not only Naruto, the pink-haired woman is called Sakura, and her appearance and name are also very similar to Sakura." After Sasuke said this, Sakura compared the other person's image with her own in her mind. It should be, isn't it? Although she said this, she still felt a little secretly happy in her heart, because the girl in the video was both powerful and beautiful, and she yearned for it very much. Naruto began to draw inferences. "Sakura and I both have it, so the guy in the midriff-bearing outfit in the video is Sasuke? Let me see, looks weird. Stupid crane tail, doesn't look like it at all." Sasuke retorted disdainfully. He didn't think he would become what he looked like in the video at all. "Ah? You obviously brought up the topic first, but you still have the nerve to talk about me. In the picture, Naruto had a confused expression on his face as to what the Demon Slayer was, causing the team leader to hold his forehead and sigh. So the pink-haired girl grabbed the dagger from Naruto's waist, and poured her own fighting energy into it, and the edge of the dagger ignited a layer of light green flames. Then he said angrily, injecting your own fighting spirit into the knife can activate the formation in the knife, thus stimulating the fire of destroying demons. In this way, the control runes of the machine doll can be easily destroyed. Before taking on the sect mission, I tell you. Naruto then remembered that this was true, a drop of cold sweat fell on his forehead, and he quickly admitted his mistake. Yinger, I'm sorry, I forgot. We'll keep it in mind next time. The team leader looked helpless when he saw this. Although he promised to help the injured senior take care of his disciples, he didn't expect the job to be so difficult. To be honest, he already wanted to return to the sect. The plants in the medicine garden still needed someone to take care of them. He patted Naruto on the shoulder. Just learn a lesson. Compared to that kind of thing, where did the mastermind behind the manipulation of the puppet go? He is the wanted criminal named Centipede. In the barrage area, the residents of the ninja world were not familiar with Naruto and Sakura, so they did not notice the similarity with the video. They are discussing more critical issues. I kind of understand it. A team of 4, with 3 subordinates and 1 captain, is very similar to the current combat system of Ninja Village. The man who appeared last was probably the leading jounin. What is the fighting spirit that Yinger is talking about? Similar to our chakra. Cho from Sand Hidden Village also posted control runes? Is that what they use to control puppets? Hiss, I have led genin in the village, and I am so familiar with this sense of déjà vu leading 3 rookies on a mission. Thank you, I already have a headache. Chapter 6. Is this the leading jounin? Looks reliable. I only saw his tired heart. Wait a minute, I remember, there does seem to be such a person in Konoha. In other words, what happened on the light curtain is real. Remember the information. Remember the information. Ha 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 ha, I just said that this light screen must have a purpose. It turns out to be to reveal the latest information about Konoha and Tsunagakure to us. That new puppetry technique, if you don't pay attention, you will suffer big losses. Okay, are there any union? Bring it up quickly. Konoha Village. Shimura Danzo was originally hiding in the dark, but when he saw the 2 familiar faces on the light screen, he couldn't sit still. Several people rushed into the Hokage's office and had a fight with Sarutobi Hiruzen. A classic conversation. Hiruzen, I can't be wrong, the leader in the video is A. And the blonde kid who appeared from the beginning must be the Jinhyuriki of the Kyuubi. He also didn't say anything. The black-haired young man operating the big dog to save people in the video is clearly what Sa will look like when he grows up in the root. Could it be that this light curtain is really the future? But judging from Sa's age, it is judged that the video cannot be more than 10 years ago. In just 10 years, such a big change has occurred in the ninja world? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, Yamato has broken away from his roots. The code name in ANBU is Tenzo, please call him Yamato outside. Danzo, the dark ninja, doesn't care what he is called. He never thinks about such insignificant things. They must have made the light curtain. These 2 people are very dangerous. They should be dealt with immediately. Control both. Danzo, you are too impulsive. Yamato and Naruto do not have the ability to manipulate time and space ninjutsu. The Sandame old god said calmly. Seeing Danzo's face distorted, he added, if Naruto has the talent of time and space, that would be a great thing. Danzo's expression became even uglier. Time and space ninjutsu, he thought of the man who was like the sun. He was extremely persistent in being the Hokage. How could he not compete for the position of the 4th Hokage? Unfortunately, in front of that man, at that time, he had no chance of winning at all. Are you just going to sit back and do nothing? If this continues, sooner or later they will become a threat to the village. Duanzhou can vaguely sense that if the light screen continues to play, what he has done will definitely be exposed. Although he does not think that he is wrong and everything he does is for Konoha, those fools cannot understood. Seeing Danzou's anxiety, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more convinced that he was right. It's hard to say. Naruto and Yamato are both outstanding ninjas who have inherited the will of fire. Humph, your weakness will lead to big mistakes sooner or later. The teacher should not have chosen you in the first place. Then wait until I make a mistake, then come and blame me. I will take the blame and abdicate at that time. As for now, Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzou, I am the Hokage. The two broke up unhappy, and Danzou secretly sent root ninjas to keep an eye on Naruto and Yamato. He thought it was best to find a chance to catch them. If there was no other way, he had to find a way to eliminate the evidence. The scene turned. Tsunade Mori was sitting in the center of the hall, frowning, staring at the token in her hand. In the hotel, Shizun shouted in surprise, Tsunade-sama. It's you. Tsunade's eyes widened, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. What on earth is going on? I have never been to that kind of place. The people in the video were almost exactly the same as her, except that their clothes were more refined and gorgeous. She almost thought she was filming a movie. In the magnificent sect hall, she stood up and looked forward. The bulge was filled with turbulent waves, and her eyes revealed unquestionable majesty. Deacon Wang Dehee, as well as Ye Naruto, Chun Ying'er, and Mo Xiaojing from Team 7, have you really decided to accept this mission? Yamato stood upright in front of Tsunade and explained the purpose of his trip to him. Sai and Sakura knelt down on one knee and lowered their heads to wait for orders. Naruto looked around curiously. Tsunade stroked her beautiful hair and slowly started. Lips tell secrets. This task is quite special. It was sent from Dustwind Valley and asked us to do it for us. Due to some historical reasons from the 4th generation period, I had to hang it in the sect's mission pavilion, but I didn't want the disciples in the sect to pick it up. She threw the token aside and advised, if you want to experience it, you can choose another mission to help those civilians who have no power. It will help your state of mind. The sect mission pavilion was established for this purpose. You are the leader of the Hidden Leaf sect and the 5th generation Hokage. We all obey your command. The three responded in unison, and only Naruto raised his head dissatisfied. When their names were mentioned, Naruto and Sakura trembled. Sakura's voice trembled slightly. Kyunzi? Class 7. Suzuki couldn't help but whisper, things in the past, things in the present, and the future, things? Naruto said blankly, is it us? The future of us? But he suddenly turned to Suzuki, but isn't our companion Suzuki? Who is that Mo Sakai? Suzuki was stunned for a moment, and instantly thought of a reasonable possibility. The environment, power system, name, etc. in the video are completely different from the current ninja world. If this is the future of the ninja world, then such drastic changes will inevitably, along with countless sacrifices. It is not surprising that his disappearance will be filled by others. That's Princess Tsunade, one of the Sunin of Konoha. Oh? Anyone know? Don't you know Tsunade Senju? What country bumpkin? The 5th Hokage. Tsunade will return to the village and become Hokage? Ha 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 ha, I just said I saw that guy right. Jiraiya, shut up. Even if I die, I will never go back and sit in that position. Konoha, Root Organization Base. Danzou had just had a big argument with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and before he could take a sip of water, he instantly became jealous after hearing the news. That little girl deserves to be Hokage? Just because she is Lord Shodame's granddaughter? The 5th Hokage is sure of me. Ignoring the report from his subordinate, he got up again and rushed to the Hokage's office. No, I still have to find Hiruzen. The position of Hokage cannot be given to that little girl Tsunade. In the barrage area, the heated discussion is not over yet. Isn't the leading jonin of Team 7 Kakashi? I remember he hasn't gone to meet his subordinates yet. Kai. Don't reveal village secrets at will. Ah, bad. Going back to the previous point, the reason is simple. Light Screen said that this may be something in the future. If it is true, then Kakashi is dead, and then led the team to replace the Jonin. What? My eternal rival woo 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 woo. How could that loser Kakashi die so easily? Is there a possibility that this is something from other worlds? I have seen it in ancient books. According to legend, the power of the Immortal of Six Paths is extremely powerful, and his magic is at its peak. He can create a specious Tsukuyomi world at a glance, or it is also called a parallel world. Six Paths Immortal? Isn't that a fairy tale that children listen to and play with? The Immortals of Six Paths do exist, and there are records in the books passed down by my ancestors. That video is playing Tsukuyomi world? Something about a parallel world. It's so ridiculous. How can there be such a thing as Tsukuyomi world? How can you say that we are not living in a Tsukuyomi world now? Don't make any noise, I'm thinking. Ha 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 ha, fake. All fake. Everyone who steps on the horse must die. This world is false. Kill 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 kill. The corner of Obito's mouth twitched. If he hadn't been here, he would have thought that this barrage was posted by himself. I have to say that there are really many mental illnesses in the ninja profession. A powerful ninja has a lot of spirit. Something is abnormal. Chapter 7. At present, it seems that what the light curtain shows is a paradoxical parallel world. The characters appearing in the video have corresponding people in our world. Assuming that their way of thinking and logic of action are similar to ours, it can be inferred that the content played by the light curtain may be another form of future. The difference is only in the form of expression. Konoha. Narashikaku sent out several summary barrages, hoping to communicate with other smart people in the ninja world. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as these barrages were sent, they were frozen in the center of the light screen. Then, the video stopped and an announcement marked in red gradually emerged. Detect the increase in exploration and unlock additional features. Every time you watch the complete plot, a destined person will be selected to go to the Ninja Realm Dream Room to be rewarded. In the gap between the Pure Land, Bai Ludi nodded with satisfaction. This is right. If the ninja audience is only allowed to watch the video from the perspective of a bystander, then he will not be able to gain much emotional energy at all. Only when faced with strong crises and huge interests, these shrewd ninjas will mobilize their emotions. Use the future to arouse their anxiety and use rewards to arouse their desires. In this way, they can become qualified leaks. The announcement disappeared after staying for a few seconds, the video resumed playing, and the barrage began to explode. This is considered correct. I probably just guessed part of it right. Award? What reward? Speak clearly. Who knows, but the light curtain itself is beyond our knowledge, and the reward it gives should not be something that is impossible to get. Regardless of the rewards, according to what I just said, the future in the video is really a reference for us. Therefore, Tsunade-sama may really become Hokage in the future. What? Tsuna becomes Hokage. Broken, my Konoha. What is your Konoha? Who are you? Dare to say Konoha is yours. It's almost done, speechless.jpg, the same goes for Yinger in front of me, and this time I'm calling Xiao Gang. I don't dare to think about what you're going to say later. I'm her grandfather, I've been called that since she was born. Ellie, you are still the first Hokage. I have already said that I am the Shura of the ninja world, but I have never seen you come to the Hidden Mist village to find me. In the picture, the memory of taking on the mission ends, and a group of people from the 7th team of Kyunzi rush to an abyss. Naruto, what are we doing here? That wanted criminal is hiding here. Deacon Yamato took out a white jade token. It could be seen that it was the same one that Tsunade had in his memory. He nodded and answered. According to the information on the mission token, the target of the traitor in the Dustwind Valley, Centipede, is the Dragon Vein in the Secret Realm, the ancient country of Lulin. The four of them rode a long black dragon and flew downwards in a circle. Yamato continued to explain this secret realm hides the secrets of the once prosperous ancient Lulin country. It is said that this country has touched the avenue of time, and the Dragon Vein is the most important one. Important media. The Dragon Vein thing is mentioned in the mission description, but the avenue of time. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Yinger opened her eyes wide in surprise. Yamato shook his head. I just got the news about this. I heard that there was a big disturbance in the Chenfeng Valley, and this information was passed on just a stick of incense. Sarai nodded calmly, understood. Then according to the procedure, we will go back to Konoha Hidden Sect to report the changes in the mission. Konoha Hidden Sect? It should be Konoha Hidden Village, the name is quite different. As for what they mentioned, the troubled Dustwind Valley. The name is quite nice, but this unreliable style, one glance at Sand Hidden Village. So there will be big trouble in Tsunagakure Village in the future? I want to see it. I want to see it. Light screen, don't be ungrateful. Also blackmail our Sand Hidden Village, can we eat pancakes? If you have the ability, send me your address, and I'll go over and assassinate your whole family. The psychic beasts will fill you with venom. Hee, impatient. What is Time Avenue? I've never heard of it, but judging from their reactions, I guess it's something pretty powerful. Is Centipede the traitor from Dustwind Valley? Hey, that person from Tsunagakure Village in front of you, go check to see if there is this person. Facing Sai's suggestion, Naruto retorted without thinking too much. No, are we just going back empty-handed? Just use the voice transmission token to report this kind of thing. Otherwise, in a matter of seconds, Beige's conspiracy might have been accomplished long ago. Our quarrel is meaningless, Sai didn't say much, but looked at Yamato. As long as the team leader makes a decision, he will implement it. Yamato didn't hesitate and shook his head quickly. After getting the news, he still brought the three people to this secret place. From this, it can be seen that he is more inclined to pursue. This time I agree with Naruto's point of view. Tsunade-sama specifically asked about the special nature of this secret realm before coming here. Sai is great, obedient, and handsome. The dragon they were riding had the same style of painting as the big dog that saved people before. It must also be Sai's technique, it looked very strong. Why don't I have teammates who are handsome, obedient, and strong? Since Sakura and Naruto are in the same class, they should be about the same age. Why haven't I seen this guy in Konoha? Danzo was frustrated by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and snorted coldly after seeing this sentence. If you can see it, there is a ghost, and the person is still in his hands. He called his subordinates with a look, he took out the scroll of the fake ninpojutsu painting and ordered it to be handed over to Sat. This kid is a good piece of material and must be carefully guarded. Deep underground, Naruto and his companions reached the depths of the secret realm. In front of them was a huge circular pit. In the center of the pit, a narrow passage extended like a filament to a circular platform. Yamato's thoughts drifted back to the sect master's hall. Tsunade, the powerful female Hokage, once warned them seriously Dragon Vein is bound by the powerful seal of the fourth Hokage. The camera switched and focused on the circular platform in the center of the abyss. On the platform, a blue magic circle exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Tsunade, if you are determined to accept this mission, then I will only put forward one condition, only Naruto can touch the seal of the fourth Hokage. Isn't this the territory of Dustwind Valley? Why is there a seal set by the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure? According to previous speculation, there is a corresponding relationship between the Light Curtain world and ours. So the fourth Hokage mentioned in the video is probably Minato Namikaze. Do you think the Kazekage of Dustwind Valley can beat Golden Flash? This is really a sad question, oh ha 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 ha. Chapter 8. You're embarrassing us sand ninjas, aren't you? Let's not mention the Kazekage in the video. If it were our 4th generation Kazekage Rosa, the Golden Flash would definitely come back. Ellie, is there any return? Your Rosa is even more powerful than the Raikage, even the Raikage can't catch the golden shining flying thunder god. Tsunagakure Village. Luasha was not angered by the barrage. He didn't know whether he could hit the Golden Flash. He cared more about the so-called dragon vein than this kind of thing. Lulan? I remember that there is indeed this place in the Kingdom of Wind, and it seems that there is still a remnant of the people. Why did Tsunade-sama say that only Naruto can touch the seal of the 4th Hokage? Is this seal still a dish? Who knows, just look down and you'll find out. Yuanyan, Yamato and Naruto hurried over, gazing solemnly at the round platform in the center. On the round platform, the ceiling formation set up by the 4th Hokage exudes an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Around the formation, the space fluctuates with a strange melody, which seems to contain unknown power. This kind of melody is both charming and dangerous. One look at it will make you fall deeply into it and make you feel awe. Look, that's where the seal of the previous sect master of our sect is. Yamato said in a deep voice. Suddenly, a slender figure emerged from the shadows and slowly walked towards the ceiling circle. Centipede. The man turned around, his face was very strange, his high hairline made people worry about his hair, and his pair of deep black eyes shone with a cunning light. Although the robe was shabby, it could not hide the radiance of his body. The dangerous smell. You came too late. The man's voice was full of pride. As long as I incorporate the power of dragon veins into my divine machine 100 exercises, I will be able to punch the 5 continents, step on the temple, and conquer the entire world on horseback, he declared loudly. What is Shenji by Caoju? Judging from the name, it probably refers to his ability to control machine dolls. If you get the dragon vein, you can conquer the whole world. Is that so powerful? That's bluffing. If it was so powerful, how did the 4th Hokage seal the dragon vein? Never, in that world, the 4th Hokage was so powerful that he could defeat the entire world on horseback. Earlier, how come you weren't blocked for swearing? The Beidou in the video was not blocked even though he was talking about dirty work. This is what the low-quality dogs in Tsunagakure village look like. Are there any ninjas who are full of etiquette? Everyone is a licker of blood, so you still have to worry about using dirty words. In the Akatsuki organization, Inakeki Kisame spoke sadly leader, that thing seems to be able to conquer the whole world. Do you need to investigate it? Pain looked indifferent. Stop laughing. With the power of the Samsara Eye, he has never been afraid of any enemy, and even the tailed beasts are just toys. In front of Baizetsu, most of the secrets of the ninja world are not secrets, so Pain has understood the dragon veins, and his chakra amount is only appears like Vulpix or so. Yamato warned mercilessly. Stop daydreaming. You can't get close to the formation set up by the previous sect leader. If you don't want to be torn into pieces by the power of space and floated to other dimensions, just follow us. Snort. I already knew that kind of thing. Centipede showed a terrifying smile and raised his right hand. Your previous sect leader, the 4th Hokage, was a genius who practiced the way of space. The 3rd Hokage, who is known as the all-powerful god, once commented, that man is the darling of space. In terms of the way of space alone, there is no one before, and there will be no one in the future. Are you talking about golden glitter? Is it golden glitter? Hello. You are from Dustwind Valley, and you are a lawless and rebellious ninja. Is it really okay to praise the Hokage like this? Sand ninja is like this. Kill 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 kill. I feel like the people in Sand Hidden Village are going to be stunned by you, ha ha ha. Naruto suddenly had an ominous premonition and asked nervously, "What on earth do you want to do?" "Although I can't get close due to the chaotic power of space, I can do this." Centipede cut off his right hand without hesitation, and Xiangxiu spurted out instantly. He took out another purple crystal and crushed it with his remaining left hand. The scattered crystal shards formed a fist-sized purple ball of light. "Lens," with a twist, Yamato quickly ordered Sai. "Learn." Among the Konoha hidden sex group, Sai, who has the longest attack range, skillfully took out his writing brush and stroked it in the air. Several ink-colored birds swooped towards their target like tracking missiles. Centipede ignored it and put his severed hand into the light ball, and then threw the light ball towards the ceiling array. Miraculously, the originally fluctuating space force calmed down after contacting the purple light ball, as if it was absorbed by the light ball. The energy was exhausted, and the severed hand was successfully sent into the magic circle. "Goodbye, annoying follower." Centipede performed the secret with one hand, and a series of glowing purple lines climbed up his legs and all over his body. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "God level 100 exercises Ju. Secret. Practice for me and make the fake come true." "Not good." Naruto took the lead in sprinting. Naruto. Yamato and Sakura followed closely behind. Only Sei stood there as calm as still water. "Let me go, there is a lot of information." Leading the Jonin, no, anyway, before their leader gave the order, the blonde kid took action first. "Hey, subordinates who don't obey orders are really disgusting. This handsome guy named Sai is so cool and his skills are so cool. It's the last moment, why not go with your teammates? Are you waiting for the captain's order? It's already here, are you still waiting for orders? Gwa, this is a ninja. A waste dominated by emotions will only drag down the entire team. Roll. People say they are ninjas? The video has been playing for such a long time. Which of your eyes can tell that they look like ninjas? Indeed, and judging from their tone, it seems that they took on the mission out of mental training, not to earn the bounty of the mission. Laughing to death, if you don't accept the mission, how can the village have money to survive? Konoha in that world is probably going to collapse. Haha, regardless of whether they are ninjas or not, a team with such poor coordination is simply laughable. If Konoha in the parallel world looks like this, then the one on our side is even more worrying. Therefore, all clients, please give priority to Hidden Cloud Village if you have any tasks in the future. Their ninjas are just tools and will not cause any trouble to their employers. The Kumagakure barbarian in front is almost done. Have you ever defeated our Konoha in a ninja battle? For missions, strength is everything. The evaluation is not as good as our Kirigakure village. Our ninjas can even kill their companions in order to complete the mission, which will definitely satisfy the sponsor. Pay attention to Tsunagakure village cat. Kazekage-sama is the best cat in the world. Sand ninja get out. Asterisk 4. Union not only has barbarians, but also cows. I like it very much he 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 he. Chapter 9. Centipede's smile became more and more weird, the body outside the magic circle gradually became transparent, and the severed hand inside the magic circle began to emit a mysterious purple light. The ceiling array seemed to sense some kind of abnormal movement, and the power of space became more and more violent. The azure ripples collided fiercely with the purple light, causing a deafening roar. Upon seeing this, Naruto shouted urgently, trying to stop Beige's actions, and at the same time quickly approached the ceiling circle. Behind him, Yamato and Sakura's figures were looming. There was a long distance between them and Naruto, making it difficult for them to provide timely support. Putting aside everything else, this is too reckless. He is indeed reckless, but he is not a ninja in the light screen. No, no, no. Even if your profession is not a ninja, is it really okay to be so disconnected from your teammates during a battle? Courageous but foolhardy. Call him Naruto, right? All Konoha people are such trash? At this level, he would only be a genin for the rest of his life. He would have to sweat profusely even if he took the Chunin exam. What happened to us genin? What's wrong with me? Because you are weak. Weakness is the original sin. Being weak and disobeying orders will only drag down the entire team. +1. I like Sei in the video better. This is a subordinate who can safely entrust important tasks to her. Isn't this a backstabbing of a teammate? All the companions were in danger, even the team leader went to rescue him, and he was still waiting for the command. If you act without authorization, the blonde kid deserves to die. You are too heartless. Nidame Sama once said that to be a ninja, you should implement a ruthless attitude. Junior brother, be careful. That violent space power doesn't recognize anyone. Yinger shouted a warning as she galloped. Clear. I will send an avatar first to find out. Although Naruto acts impulsively, he is by no means an ignorant person. One more thing, don't call me junior brother. He walked forward quickly and touched his eyebrows with his right hand. A golden light escaped from his body and quickly condensed into a figure that looked exactly like him. Ready for action, me. Got it, me. The two people connected with each other, jumped up at the same time, clasped their hands in the air, and turned into a rotating windmill. The power flowed between each other, and finally, the incarnation used inertia to fly out like a cannonball, pointing straight ahead. Let me tell you, this kid's combat IQ is actually pretty good, and his movements are very clean, but his personality is too impulsive. Are there any ninjas in Konoha? Does Naruto in our world also have this kind of personality? That incarnation is a bit like the art of clones. Spy ahead, don't even think about getting information about our village. He's just a kid. Tell me what he has. Could it be that he has some special identity? Hiss, speaking of special, do you still remember that Tsunade Hime in the Light Curtain once said, only Naruto can touch the seal, isn't this something special? I have a bold guess. Such a coincidence? I have one too. Naruto is a remnant of the ancient Lulin kingdom. Naruto is the illegitimate son of the fourth Hokage. There are different opinions in the barrage, and some even say that Naruto is the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. What Naruto didn't expect was that as soon as his avatar touched the sealing circle, the azure energy of the circle suddenly surged, eroding the purple power like a raging wave. At the same time, at the bottom of the abyss deep within the seal, a pair of golden vertical eyes suddenly opened, and dazzling golden light shot into the sky. The three forces intertwined fiercely and turned into a huge dark golden light pillar. It gradually expanded, shattering the surrounding rock walls. Seeing that the passage under his feet was about to collapse, Naruto hurriedly stopped and turned around to escape. However, the ground has cracked. Just when he was about to be swallowed up by countless rebels and beams of light, Yamato clapped his hands and shouted in a deep voice spirit pattern, Kai! The power of Mu Yao, Kun Mu Senlu. A greenish color appeared on his slightly dull face. Mysterious lines, Yamato put his hands together. In response, a small sapling began to grow crazily in the crevice of the rock, turning into a sea of trees. That is. Would escape. Thousand hands? Yamato. The people on the light screen have their counterparts in the ninja world, that is to say, will there be a Senju tribesman who masters would release after Konoha? No, based on the age on the light screen, this Yamato is now an adult, and Konoha has hidden a secret weapon. I am Reikage AI, and I propose that the four villages join forces to conquer Konoha. We must not let another ninja god appear in Konoha. Behind this barrage, there was also a series of universal codes that were widely circulated in the ninja world. After interpretation, many ninjas discovered that it was part of the secret agreement that Reikage had reached with the other three villages. This kind of thing happens 2 times. It's nothing, but to know so much, the person who sent this barrage is probably the fourth Reikage himself. The light screen does not show the sender's identity information, so this is also a disguised anti-counterfeiting mark. Raikage, you bastard! Are you going to start the fourth ninja war? Snort! Is it possible for a second ninja god to appear and unify the ninja world? Facts have proved that what the first Hokage did was a mistake, so it is impossible for the new ninja god to repeat the same mistake. I, the fourth Mizukage, agree. I, the third Tsuchikage agree. I, the fourth Kazekage agree. There is no code attached, and I don't know if the first few are true or false. Is there anything that should have not arrived yet? Didn't smell it. Le, Konoha is in a hurry now. The third Hokage, hurry, hurry, hurry. In the hot spring hotel, Tsunade frowned, Mu done, it must be Orochimaru's fault, the damn old man didn't even tell me. As for the safety of the village, since the old man hasn't come to her yet, it means that the time of life and death has not yet come, and his condition is. Thinking of this, Tsunade sighed softly. Due to the interference of hemophobia, even if she is willing to go back, she cannot become an effective combat force. In the picture, Naruto was wrapped around countless trees and carried back. Logically speaking, he should be safe. However, as if recognizing Naruto, the beam of light instantly expanded in a circle, just enough to cover the young man, and then engulfed his figure. In addition, because he wanted to rescue Naruto, Yamato stood closer to the front. The consequence was, he was also involved. When Yinger saw this, light green flames erupted from her body, and she rushed towards her companions without fear, trying to rescue them. Just when she was about to be swallowed up by the beam of light, Sai rode an ink-colored falcon and descended from the sky, picking her up in time. The raptor carried the two of them soaring at high speed. Yinger looked at the direction where her companion disappeared, tears bursting from her eyes, and shouted the important name Naruto. Yamato, it was the wrong payment after all. Team leader, what about me? Chapter 10. Ha, what a reckless guy. It's better now. Finally, I got myself killed because of my impulse, and also took the life of the team leader. So, Naruto and Yamato died in battle. Okay, the guy with the yellow hedgehog head and the wood escape must die. Is there a possibility that after seeing the light, they will not make the same mistakes again, especially since the two worlds are quite different? Sakura is great. A girl who never abandons her companions, I am really in love. Kido? Our Miss Sakura has just graduated. It's okay, I'm young too. You'd better say age. That's just right, I declare that the guy above is lovelorn. Look at what Yinger shouted when Naruto died in the battle, it was so heartbreaking, these two are obviously a young couple. Indeed, Yinger just wanted to die for her love. Couldn't you see something so obvious? So Sai is the third party? In order to get the girl, he deliberately watched his teammates die, and finally took action to save the woman he loved. Butler Yamato, what about me? Shut up Yamato! *N. Konoha Village. Naruto looked up at the light screen and saw Sakura's tearful eyes after he disappeared in the video. A surge of heat surged through his heart. The barrage also described his love affair with Sakura as it was like a legend, and it made him even more excited. Sakura! You actually care about me so much, I'm so happy oh! Naruto choked up and said. Sakura was not as angry as usual this time, but said tremblingly Naruto, you died on the light screen, and that is our future in the parallel world. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Oh, you're talking about that? Didn't you say that Sasuke died in the battle before? I am very stupid and don't know much about life, death, and so on. Having said this, Naruto showed a hearty smile to the other two people, but since Sasuke will die, it is not incomprehensible for me to die. Naruto, Sakura looked at Naruto as if it was the first day she met him. Besides, Naruto changed the topic, clenched a fist with one hand and waved it forward vigorously. I am the man who wants to become Hokage. Before becoming Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. He will never die. Sasuke on the side was different from Sakura. He grabbed Naruto's collar and said, "You idiot! Who told you I was dead?" Under Sasuke's glare, Naruto's blue pupils reflected the reflection of the black-haired boy. Sasuke held onto Naruto's lapel tightly, his eyes were as bright as fire, and his voice was firm and powerful. "Listen to me, Crane Tail. I will never fall until I kill that man." So. However, just as Sasuke's words were about to reach their climax, the light curtain in the sky suddenly dimmed, as if being swallowed by a mysterious force. Sasuke's eyes were instantly drawn to the sky, his eyes widened suddenly and his pupils shrank. The video ends here, it's over. Is it true that Naruto? And just when everyone in the ninja world, like Uchiha Sasuke, thought that the light curtain was over, it lit up again. The hazy sunlight shines through the top of the tower and falls mottled on the wet ground. Naruto, who had just been swallowed by the beam of light, lay flat on the ground without moving. The boy's breathing was steady and long, and it was obvious that he was not injured. A melodious song came from afar, penetrating the silent air and bringing a breath of life. The light rising from the heights of Lulin, a mixture of emotions. The dragon's veins that must be protected, the white blade strikes, looking up at the sky. This guy is not dead. Still alive under that kind of attack. Fortunately, Miss Yinger didn't die in love just now, otherwise it would have been a tragedy. Which ninja's life is not full of tragedy? Oh, it's just bad luck. That's great. When Naruto goes back, the relationship between this couple will definitely be better, the joy of regaining what was lost is definitely enough. Xiao organization. Humph, the joy of finding something. Under the whirlpool mask, Obito snorted coldly. He looked at Pain's Rin-Egan and thought letting Lin live in this rotten ninja world will only make me more disgusted. In my opinion, that pink-haired woman must have failed her mission and felt that she was too shameless to return to their sect, so she planned to commit suicide. This speech makes you look like a ruthless person from Kirigakure village. We in Konoha will never have such rules. If the mission fails, people will not be forced to die to apologize. Laughing to death, let me ask you, does Hatake Sakumo agree with this statement? He has no objection. What a genius are you, letting dead people have their say. Thank you for thinking about it. In other words, it is our turn for the Master of Forbidden Arts, the second-generation Hokage to step on the horse. Why does the second-generation Hokage appear? Do you know the reincarnation of Dirty Land? Reincarnation in the dirt is a forbidden technique that plays with the souls of the dead. I destroyed it before I died. Haha, that's hard to say. So, no one wants to popularize the science about what the hell reincarnation is. The gap between the real world and the underworld. Bai Ludi, who has not yet won the resurrection match, handed the phone to Hatake Shichisaku's mouth. The barrage said this, "Brother Hatake, do you have any objections?" Hatake Shichisaku's mouth twitched, but he still answered honestly, "If you give me another chance to choose, I will still save my companions." After a pause, he added, "Of course this did bring losses to the village, so I have no complaints about my death. The only thing he can't let go of now is his son, Hatake Kakashi." Bai Ludi scratched his head and thought, "Isn't this brother from Zisha? Sometimes I always feel that you ninjas are much more abstract than us Huopai." In the picture, Naruto seemed to be awakened by the melodious singing. He shook his head and struggled to get up from the ground. The young man's eyes followed the source of the song and slowly turned to the distance. On top of the desolate and rugged boundary monument, a red-haired girl sat quietly, with her long hair scattered on her shoulders. She was wearing a red dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind like flames, and the skirt was embroidered with golden patterns, which made her look both noble and smart. The edge of the skirt is covered with delicate lace, swaying gently as she sings. The girl's eyes seemed to penetrate the sky, and the tears falling down her face reflected the sadness in her heart. Sand, dust, and storms come together, and the glorious sun blooms, the flowers are flying and beautiful, and the flowers are passed down on the spiral. Hello. Do you know where this is? Naruto spoke bluntly. The girl's singing voice was like the sound of nature, but at this moment she was interrupted by Naruto's sudden question. I haven't heard enough yet. What are you yelling about? This is the melody of longing, what is she telling the world? Angry. Doesn't this kid have any emotional intelligence? Chapter 11. The girl turned her head and looked at the stranger with confusion and surprise between her eyebrows. She didn't answer, but jumped off the boundary monument lightly, like a light civet cat, and rushed towards the stairs of the tower. Naruto was full of doubts, but he could only follow closely. His steps were very regular, and he had obviously received professional training. However, the girl is more familiar with the terrain here than Naruto, and her graceful figure shuttles between the towers, like a breeze, light and fast. In a few steps, you have reached the exit. She glanced back and then disappeared out the door. When Naruto arrived, he only saw a door engraved with mysterious runes, standing quietly, as if guarding some unknown secret. He tried to push the door open, and two machine puppets rushed out from both sides of the door. Although their movements were fast and violent, they seemed to be restrained by some kind of force. Naruto quickly retreated to defend himself. However, that door seems to contain some mysterious power and has an invisible barrier. When the machine puppets crossed the threshold and entered the tower, they were scattered all over the place like scrap metal forgotten by time. How is this going? Naruto widened his eyes in confusion. Judging from the production style of these two dolls, they should be the work of Centipede. So, this red-haired young lady and the trader from Dustwind Valley are in the same group. Are you stupid? If they were really a group, why didn't they take action when Naruto was unconscious? Didn't she see Naruto? If she had seen him, she might have taken action. I'm more concerned about another point, why did those two puppets disintegrate on their own? Did Naruto do it? Not quite, you see that kid also has a surprised look on his face. Besides, if he had this ability, why didn't he use it earlier? Am I the only one who cares about Butler Yamato? If Naruto is still alive, then Yamato as the team leader is probably fine too. May all those who escape from wood be punished by heaven. Staying in the tower was not an option. Naruto thought for a moment and decided to leave this ancient tower to search for clues. He stepped across the threshold, and the runes in the tower seemed to sense something and instantly shone with golden light. Immediately, a solemn and mysterious voice echoed in the tower. When all the dust settles, you must return to this place, and I will reveal what you want in your heart. Who? Naruto looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. But except for the light of the runes, there was nothing around. The light of flowing gold disappeared in an instant, leaving the young man standing alone in the tower, filled with doubts and confusion. It's so hard to say, but I can actually understand its meaning. Very good voice, reminds me of my ninja father, he often scolded me in such pretense. Look at that kid's confused look, ha 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 ha. That's the extent of the people in Konoha. There is nothing that can be done about it. After all, I was swallowed up by a beam of light just a second ago. When I opened my eyes, I didn't even know where I was. Naruto said to the mysterious voice, I just want to know where this is. Can you tell me now? After saying it for a long time, I almost didn't say it. I would like to call him the Riddler. The Riddler gets out of the light curtain. Naruto searched around and found nothing, so he had no choice but to get up and walk out of the ancient tower cautiously. The young man climbed up to the top of the tower in twos and twos, stopped to look into the distance, and his vision suddenly opened up. In front of him was a strange city composed of floating plates. In the center of the plate, a magnificent palace stands majestically, with glazed tiles shining dazzlingly under the scorching sun, as if it can reach straight into the sky. The winding river is like a jade belt, shuttling between the buildings, bringing moisture and coolness to life. Everywhere you look, there are gorgeous and exquisite scenes, which shows that its national power is strong. In the distance, at the edge of the desert, the continuous sand dunes are like undulating waves. The golden sand grains shine in the sun, which is in sharp contrast with the prosperity of the city, but coexists harmoniously. Go, what a beautiful village! You call this a village? I once worked as a guard in Daming Mansion. I thought that was the limit of luxury. Unexpectedly, it turned out that poverty limited my imagination. How much chakra does it cost to maintain a complex of buildings floating in the air? Maybe it's naturally formed. As far as I know, there are many strange landforms in our country of fire. The light screen shows that the city is surrounded by desert terrain. Is this place within the kingdom of wind? Can't? Are those people playing in the sand so rich in a parallel world? Could it be that the wind shadow of that world panned for gold in the desert and found a golden mountain? On both sides of the street, there are a wide variety of products. But the strange thing is that there are no vendors selling goods and no tourists stopping to buy. After all, there are no people. Amazing, it feels more spectacular than the 6,000 Shadows Fantasy Tower. Naruto squatted on the top of the tower and sighed like this. No, I can't bear it anymore. I want to squirt. We just said that there is nothing wrong with collecting intelligence from high places, but why doesn't this little brat hide himself? A person stands in such a conspicuous place and is still in the mood to express his emotions. How did his teacher teach him? Hiss, what you said is true, then the question is, who is his teacher? This kid can use the same technique as the Raise Nan. From this, it is speculated that his teacher is either the fourth Hokage or the Sunin Jiraiya. According to the light curtain correspondence theory, the fourth generation of Hokage in the parallel world is probably dead, so what is left is. I suddenly smiled with relief. The frown instantly relaxed. That idiot Jiraiya. The first few, you are all from Konoha. Don't ruin Jiraiya-sama's image in front of outsiders. In the Sound Ninja village, Orochimaru curled his lips sadly. Jiraiya is a disciple, I can't predict what it will be like. Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses slightly and stared at the light screen very seriously. This man who had nothing from the beginning wanted to know his future very much. Will he become the most valued subordinate of Lord Orochimaru? Or will he die forever? Endless espionage. In the picture, Naruto was still looking around. Suddenly, a mechanism puppet appeared in mid-air, and then split into three. The movements were surprisingly similar to Centipede's previous style. They chased Naruto, even ignoring the peace of the street and destroying the surrounding buildings wantonly. Annoying guy. Naruto was chased and slashed for a long time. Finally, at the critical moment, he remembered the demon-breaking knife on his waist. The boy quickly pulled out the knife and switched from escaping to taking the initiative. The blue-gold demon-breaking fire instantly burned on the blade. Then he cleverly avoided the stabbing spear, turned around, and the blade slashed across the puppet's chest. Although the blow did not cause serious damage, the flame accurately burned the control of the puppet's heart. Runes, causing it to instantly lose its ability to move and turn into a pile of meaningless scrap metal. Oh! It's so effective! Naruto sighed in surprise, then followed the same example and quickly dealt with the other two dolls. The young man put away his knife handsomely and turned around. However, where he looked, there were countless dolls coming from him like a tide. Buildings are coming from all directions, densely packed and countless. Naruto. The blonde boy was alone and could not resist the surging army of puppets. He was shot down from a high place in a few seconds. You look cool when you sheath the knife, but can you last a little longer? It turns out that this is how Jiraiya teaches his disciples. He has learned a lot. Master Jiraiya cannot take the blame for this, it is obviously Naruto's own problem. After all, is he really Lord Jiraiya's apprentice? At least not in our world, Naruto's teacher is the copy ninja Kakashi. I'm not interested in who his teacher is. I only know that the weapon is so powerful, and it has a special attack on the puppet master. I want it too. I've long disliked the puppet masters in Hidden Sand Village. They were all as disgusting as Xiaoqiang during the battle. With this kind of weapon, wouldn't I become a puppet master with one sword in the future? Since it appears on the light screen, it means that there is something similar in our world, right? Maybe you are talking about chakra knife. What is a chakra knife? A medium that condenses chakra into a sharp blade, which can easily cut off the chakra lines that control puppets, and is very restrained by the puppet master. But I remember that stuff was ridiculously expensive. Akatsuki Organization. The red sand scorpion controls the puppet Fei Liuhu and looks at his transformed heart. Can you control so many puppets at once? Magical tricks. I don't know how it compares with my Red Secret Book 100 machine exercises. He once used hundreds of machines to practice. The puppet-making army captured a small country. And now, he has become interested in that centipede. The other person is most likely an artist who, like himself, pursues eternity. Chapter 12. This city is prosperous, but why are there no people there? Maybe he went to attend some event, such as the Kazakage's enthronement or something like that. No, the atmosphere is still too weird. Looking forward, my intuition from many years of doing tasks tells me that there must be something wrong with this place. The moment Naruto fell from the sky, the solemn and mysterious voice sounded again, like an ancient call, echoing in his ears. The first thing is to face your past. What? Where is this place? Who are you? Why are you saying this to me? Naruto shouted in astonishment. His attention was completely attracted by this mysterious voice, and the crisis behind him seemed to be no longer important. His intuition told him that there was a secret behind this voice that was more critical than the predicament at hand. However, the voice didn't give any response, leaving only endless mysteries. This sound is exactly the same as the one I just heard in the tower. Does it want Naruto to face his past? Picture what? Who knows? Are you facing the past? Everyone has a past that they don't want to face, especially those in our ninja profession. Weak guy. Just get rid of the useless things from the past. How was it going to make Naruto face the past and cast a genjutsu on him? I heard that powerful genjutsu ninjas can make people relive their most painful memories over and over again. It's so scary. I'm so worried about playing illusions. As Naruto fell like a meteor, he crashed through the weak building below and fell into the ground. In sharp contrast to the floating city that was bathed in the sun, prosperous but empty. The corners here are dim and quiet, but reveal an indescribable vitality. The small houses are scattered in an orderly manner, and every brick and tile carries the breath of fireworks. Naruto's legs were severely injured in the fall. He sat on the cold ground and struggled to stand up, but he was unable to do so. At this moment, the pursuers approached silently like ghosts in the night. At the critical moment, a figure appeared in the core of the encirclement like a phantom. He lightly picked up Naruto, and then disappeared into the night like a gust of wind. This sudden savior also has golden hair, and his face is covered by a special mask, making it impossible to see his true face. The man's movements were swift and graceful, and every move was like a carefully calculated dance, which not only protected Naruto, but also got rid of the pursuers without leaving a trace. Holy crap, crap, crap! That's gold glitter! I know him even when he turns to ashes. Broken, the golden glitter in the parallel world is not dead. The golden flash is coming, another mission has to be abandoned voluntarily. The IWA ninja in front is so bad, useless. How can it be? How long has it been since our fourth Hokage died? The timeline of the light curtain is further back than ours, there is no way he is still alive. It shouldn't be. How could he not die? Why did Tsunadeheim become the fifth Hokage when he wasn't dead? A guess, not necessarily correct. The fourth Hokage first faked his death to escape people's sight, and then turned to the shadows to become the shadow leader of Konoha, specializing in doing things that cannot be shown in the open, etc. I know that organization. To eradicate dissidents for Konoha in the shadows, the darkness of Konoha, roots. So Minato Namikaze is the leader of Gen. Reasonable. All the clues are connected. Hiss, but I heard that the leader of Gen is not a one-eyed old man. It's fake at first glance. How can such a disabled person take on such an important task? It must be fake news released by the fourth Hokage to confuse everyone. No, there is still a problem. Who would be a normal and well-behaved Hokage instead of running around and playing in the mud? It's exciting. Everyone knows that his wife is that. After the monster went berserk that day, news spread that the fourth Hokage had died in battle. You taste carefully. Why are you so cowardly? Aren't they just tailed beasts and Jinchuriki? Why are they so secretive? So the fourth Hokage is really still alive? Konoha is so insidious. If the light curtain hadn't revealed the secret, everyone would have been deceived by them. In the depths of Konoha village, a silence enveloped everyone. Their eyes wandered between each other, and their hearts were full of doubts and uneasiness. Those ninjas who were still weak and had lower status did not dare to speak easily for fear of their own words. It would violate an unspeakable taboo. However, those ninjas who had interacted with Namikaze Minato had already concluded in their hearts, that man, Namikaze Minato, had died in the battle. This was an undoubted fact. On the night of the Tailed Rebellion, when the terrifying tailed beast escaped, Namikaze Minato's fate was sealed. Once the Jinchuriki loses the tailed beast, the fire of life will be extinguished, and Uzumaki Kushina, as the nine-tailed one. The Jinchuriki was Namikaze Minato's wife. Her sacrifice was undoubtedly the heaviest blow to Namikaze Minato. Some people imagined that Namikaze Minato might have chosen to fake his death after his wife died in order to seek revenge in the future. The story sounds really exciting, but those who really know Minato Namikaze firmly believe that such behavior is definitely not what Minato Namikaze can do. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Shuito has given his life for the village many years ago. The third Hokage's voice was like a calming sea needle, which gradually calmed down the turmoil in the hearts of the ninjas in Konoha village. His words revealed an unquestionable majesty, as if he was warning everyone not to make groundless speculations. As for whether other people in the ninja world believe it, that is no longer a concern of the third Hokage. His responsibility is only to protect Konoha and maintain the peace of the village. After the blonde man who looked like the fourth Hokage took Naruto away, a burly figure quietly appeared. This man was as strong as a hill. His right hand expanded instantly and turned into a giant palm, as if it could shake mountains and rivers. He leaped into the air and swept his giant palm across like an autumn wind sweeping down fallen leaves, knocking down the pursuing puppets one by one. The scene was shocking. Immediately afterwards, another person slowly walked out of the shadows, and behind him were countless swarms of insects, like a black tide, overwhelming the sky. These swarms of insects were like well-trained soldiers, quickly covering the remaining puppets and devouring them without leaving a trace. Looks familiar, not sure. Take another look. Not sure. That fat pig looked like a member of the Konoha Akimichi clan. Ellie, do you dare to say this word in front of the Akita clan? What am I afraid of? They can slap me with the doubling technique through the light screen. Chapter 13. Wow, it's a bug. Disgusting. How come there are still people who control insect combat and want to use mental attacks to disgust their opponents to death? I don't agree. If you want to ask why, there is a great soul in a small insect. What good can little bugs do? It's embarrassing to show up without any knowledge. He's from the Aberame family. From what you said, I can see that you have never fought against a bugger. As someone who has experienced this, I would like to advise you that while they are stronger than each other, they have no obvious shortcomings. Is it true or false? Insects can still make flowers. Hee. In Konoha, Abaramashi slightly pushed up his sunglasses, and the barrage of compliments did not change his expression. Instead, he just nodded and got up to find Akimichi Tingza, who also appeared in the video. Yes, even though the details were different, he could still recognize that the person in the video was himself. This was the instinct of a fucker. In addition, a man suspected to be the fourth Hokage appears. That burly man is most likely his old friend Akimichi Choza. Naruto stood at a high place, frowning, and asked in confusion what's going on with those enemies. The blonde man under the mask replied in a deep voice, this seems to be an enhanced version of some kind of mechanism technique, which is impossible for ordinary people. Controlling so many dolls, even the fighting spirit cannot support such consumption. Don't quite understand, Naruto scratched his head, looking confused. Then he suddenly turned around and stared at the mysterious masked man with curiosity. By the way, brother, who are you? Good question. Who are you? Anyone can do it as long as it's not Minato Namikaze. The IWA ninja in front is still deceiving himself. He is not the fourth Hokage, and he is not the head office anymore, right? Ellie, the people of Konoha asked their Hokage, who are you? The comedy effect is really full. I, the fourth Hokage. The Konoha ninja didn't recognize their shadows? I thought only our Kirigakure village was like this, and the confidentiality measures were very good. The fourth Hokage died, he disappeared early, this kid wasn't even born that year, right? I remember that the year Naruto was born happened to be the year the Yondaime-sama died. Then this kid is quite pitiful, he has never seen the Yondaime-sama's grace. Konoha, the new Team 7, Yamato and other people who appeared on the light screen were all invited into the Hokage's office by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto became curious after seeing the barrage. The fourth Hokage? Indeed, I have only seen it on Hokage Rock. The barrage said that he killed 50 rock ninjas in an instant. Is he really such a powerful guy? After Hatake Kakashi heard this elite who always showed a lazy image was hesitant to speak at this moment, and finally chose silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath from his pipe, and the smoke in the confusion, his eyes showed his thoughts. He hesitated whether he should tell Naruto the dusty truth. Seeing that no one paid attention to Naruto, Sasuke casually responded, the fourth generation Hokage Namikaze Shumen. The Konoha hero of the Sub-Ninja World War was known as the Golden Flash due to his strength as the ninja world's most speedy. Compared with a crane like you, he is indeed a very powerful guy. Naruto saw that Sasuke, who usually always mocked him, was actually praising others, and he felt stubborn in his heart and refused to admit defeat. What? That kind of guy will surpass you after looking at me for 2 or 3 times. My dream is to become a Hokage that surpasses all previous Hokages. The handsome title of Hero of Konoha will be mine from now on. Sasuke couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Idiot. How can a real dream be talked about so easily? Seeing Naruto like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. On the one hand, he was relieved, and on the other hand, he was confused. Did I do something wrong, Minato, if you were still alive? The old man looked up at the light curtain. When Minato appeared in front of Naruto with the help of a light screen, was he reminding him that he was angry at Naruto's current situation? The blonde man stared at Naruto without taking off the mask covering his face, nor did he answer the boy's question. Are you a disciple of Konoha Hidden Sect? His voice was clear and powerful. He stretched out his hand and gently held it in the void. A sky blue identity token appeared out of thin air in his hand. On the token, the logo of Konoha was clearly visible, as if it carried the sect's identity. Glory and mission. We are also members of the sect, you can call me Qing Shui, the blonde man said calmly. The style of the token may be imitated, but the unique aura on it cannot be copied. That is the sect's unique holy tree imprint, and every pattern contains the spirit and power of the holy tree. Naruto felt this aura and believed the man in front of him who called himself Qing Shui. He straightened his back and responded proudly, "Oh. My name is Ye Naruto, the future sect master and Hokage." After introducing himself to him, Naruto said with some confusion, "Brother Qing Shui, your token, why is it blue? Aren't all members of our sect white?" The blonde man did not answer Naruto's question directly. His eyes fell on the wound on Naruto's leg that was exposed in the air. Although the wound was not deep, the blood had stained the surrounding clothes red. "Naruto, do you know any medical techniques? You need to treat the wound quickly." He admitted it. Qing Shui. It must be the young Namikaze Minato. How can there be such a code name? The IWA ninja above is over-associating it. I heard that the fourth Hokage once served as an ANBU. Does anyone know his codename at that time? Nope, the Third War broke out not long after the Yondaime Sama was promoted to Jonin, and he succeeded the position of Hokage after the war. As far as I know, Minato-sama has never been an ANBU. Hey, get the information. Damn it, you plotted against me. The blonde man led the injured Naruto, like the wind, through the gaps in the buildings, and finally arrived at a quiet corner. This place is far away from the hustle and bustle, as if isolated from the world, and is an excellent place to treat wounds. He took out 6 crystal-clear crystals, each one containing powerful energy. With a slight throw, the crystals fell in a specific direction, instantly activating the concealment formation and completely isolating the two people's breath from the outside world. Under the cover of the formation, the burly man and the insect operator occupied 2 key positions respectively. Their eyes were sharp and they scanned the surroundings vigilantly to ensure that there were no uninvited guests to disturb them. The blonde man was obviously the leader of this team. He led Naruto to a blind spot and grabbed some herbs from the void. These herbs exude a faint fragrance, which is obviously not ordinary. Cleanly applied the herbs to the wound on Naruto's leg, and then skillfully tied the wound tightly with a bandage. "That's it." Qing Shui raised his head, with a hint of imperceptible tenderness in his tone. Naruto felt the cooling sensation brought by the medicinal herbs, and the pain in the wound suddenly eased a lot. "I don't know if the blonde man is the fourth Hokage, but I recognize the insect master. It's Konoha Zabarame Shimai." "Who? I've never heard of it. Isn't it just a trash fish playing with bugs?" "You ignorant brat, go back and suck your milk. Abarame Shimai is the most versatile ninja I have ever seen. Through tiny bugs, he can collect information from a distance, is an ability that even Byakugan's far-sighted ability cannot match. The healing and detoxification abilities possessed by bugs can help the injured recover quickly. The carapace quickly shed by countless bugs can instantly form an absolute defense, the pervasive characteristics of bugs, and it can make enemies unconsciously controlled by parasitism and cause damage. The most important thing is that he can control insects while riding a horse for wide area support. The above-mentioned operations can be realized in multiple places at the same time. Real or fake? Why haven't I heard of it? I can testify that when I met him on the battlefield before, the captain once solemnly told me that the enemy's killing priority was even higher than the opponent's coach." Konoha, Abarame Shimai was just called to the Hokage's office. After seeing the barrage, he pulled his hood tighter, as if he was hiding something. People who didn't know might think that he was trying to leak information, and feel uneasy. But those who know him well know that this guy is a real master of sultry. Almost everyone in his clan is calm on the outside, but he is probably very happy on the inside. But after all, ninjas are used to a mysterious profession. So much information has been leaked, which has some impact on the future of the family. P.S. Regarding the issue of calling Golden Flash and Yellow Flash, I actually think Golden Flash is more handsome, so I use this. Everyone knows what I am referring to. Namikaze Minato is just fine. As for Jinming, let's call it Golden Hope according to the title of the mobile game. By the way, I have 99 pieces of dirty soil, which is almost. Chapter 14. In the picture, Naruto once again cast a curious look at the blonde man and asked doubtfully, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you in the sect? The uncle over there is quite similar to Dingji." Resemblance. I'm sorry, I can't answer this question for you. Naruto was not discouraged and continued to ask, "So, where exactly is this place?" "This is Lulin." This time the blonde man answered, and asked, "Compared to this, have you been practicing outside the sect for a long time? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer." Naruto shook his head slightly and said it was okay, it's not inconvenient. "I spend most of my time in the sect, and the teacher only occasionally arranges some short-term tasks for us." "That's it, I understand." The blonde man nodded. Naruto began to sort out the current situation. "As for the Lulin secret realm here, then I fell into the secret realm after being swallowed by the beam of light." "It's not a secret realm, this is Lulin Kingdom." "Lulin country? But the chatting time ends here. Lulin is full of dangers. For your own safety, please stay in this formation or leave the city directly." I bet this kid didn't understand the subtext of the fourth Hokage. How to say? If you don't understand this, you better stop being a ninja. Suppose you are the shadow of the village and are currently on a top secret mission in an enemy country. This mission even requires you to hide your identity and go out in person. At this time, you see the genin of the village sneaking in and being exposed and besieged. What would you do? No need to think about it. Of course, giving up this genin and allowing Kage to take charge of the mission himself must be more important than a genin. However, the fourth Hokage still took action to save Naruto. The benevolence of a woman means that he himself is strong, otherwise he would have died long ago. This kid is really annoying. The yandere is the same. What to do? If you put it so tactfully, you should give a direct order. "You don't deserve to know our mission, don't get in the way, get out. As long as you don't leave this formation, your safety will be guaranteed." The blonde man's words revealed an unquestionable determination. "When everything ends successfully, maybe I will tell you." He stood up and walked slowly towards the exit, pointing the direction for Naruto. "Or you can go straight from there, this is the edge of Lulin. If you drive as hard as you can, you'll be gone soon." Then he turned around and looked at Naruto with soft eyes. "We have an agreement, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde man put his hands gently on the shoulders of his teammates without waiting for any response from Naruto. The silhouettes of the three people became blurry for an instant, as if they merged into the surrounding air, and then disappeared completely, leaving Naruto standing there alone. What kind of mission is not a mission? I only see that Naruto is too bad and the fourth Hokage is protecting him. The fourth Hokage's words really have a magical power that makes people unconsciously trust him. Haha, when he is your enemy, you don't think so. He will only talk about the village, the bond, etc., and then he will flash over and send you to see your dead mother with a knife. Hello, my mother is still alive. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a gentle boss exist? The fourth Hokage, it's settled, my captain, if you don't obey, you will die. That's Hokage. If the shadow of our village treats me like this, well, Raikage-sama is not suitable for this style. Hiss, can't afford to offend. Muscles are the truth. Raikage-sama is the best in the world, and the fourth Hokage acts like a bitch. In Hidden Cloud Village, Raikage AI has a black streak. He gets goosebumps all over when he thinks about himself speaking in that gentle tone. Back then, Namikaze Minato fought to a draw with their combination on his own. That match the battle left an indelible impression on AI. As the designated fourth generation Raikage, his name AI is the best proof of his strength. His younger brother Kiribi is the eight-tailed Jinhyuriki. He was even a perfect Jinhyuriki who had a connection with the tailed beast, so he single-handedly involved himself and his younger brother. Namikaze Minato was definitely not an ordinary person. and he soon succeeded him as the 4th generation Hokage. But he died a little early. Don't get me wrong, he didn't mean to be sympathetic to the other party. He just felt that he died well and the village was less of a threat. Naruto slowly sat up from the ground, stared at the direction where the 3 people disappeared, and muttered unconsciously, "What? I didn't answer the question properly, so I'm still confused now." He's sitting there, my thoughts were like a mess, trying to sort out everything that had just happened. The only information we have now is that this is Lulin country, correct? Naruto suddenly remembered something important and looked up around him. Where are the others? You just remembered it, Wivu, my butler Yamato. Yamato, thank you for remembering me. In front of you, you are just greedy for Mudun. Don't think I didn't notice it. To be honest, even when I was watching the video, I forgot about this captain. Naruto can be considered conscientious if he can think of it at this time. After some careful observation, Naruto finally confirmed that he had not been teleported too far away. This discovery made him feel a little relieved. At least he was not thrown into a completely unfamiliar environment. His friends should still be nearby. Naruto, who had regained his energy, had fighting spirit in his eyes again. He knew that now was not the time to hesitate, he had to act immediately. As for the advice of the man from the same clan, the other party is mysterious. Although he is not an enemy, he is more important as a companion. At this moment, he heard the crowd cheering, "Long live the Queen!" The young man rushed towards the sound. In the central square of the royal city, the crowd was like a surging ocean, and their cheers shook the entire city like thunder. The red-haired girl known as the Queen stood on the high viewing platform. Her figure looked extremely solemn and sacred under the sunlight. Her long hair fell down like a waterfall, and her golden crown shone in the sun, but the girl's eyes showed confusion. She was looking at her hands at the moment and murmuring, "Mother." The camera slowly rotates, leading the audience into the girl's memories. In the picture, a young girl is nestling on her mother's lap. Her mother's fingers are dancing lightly on the harp. The melodious melody is echoing in the air along with her gentle singing. "One day, you will also sing for the happiness and peace of the people." Mother's words are like warm sunshine, illuminating the girl's young heart. Chapter 15. Isn't this the young lady who just appeared? She is the Queen of Lulin? The status is equivalent to our daimyo, right? Noble, to be honest, I don't have a good impression of those guys. When doing tasks, everyone looked so arrogant that they wanted to raise their chins to the sky, showing no respect for ninjas at all. We ninjas are just tools, what respect do we need? What I mean is that it's okay to disrespect me, but you should pay me more. It's so funny that some people are so used to being dogs that they stick out their tongues even when speaking anonymously. How can the village survive without the money provided by others? You won't grab it. I'm a traitor, so I'm so scared. Everyone has only one life, I only respect people who are stronger than me. My idol is Uchiha Madara. In the Pure Land, Senju Hashirama patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder and laughed, "Ha ha ha, Madara, you seem to have a lot of fans in the ninja world." Uchiha Izuna, who happened to see this scene, quickly knocked off Hashirama's hand. "Hey! Don't touch me, Brother Ban! Are we familiar with each other?" Seeing this, Uchiha Madara didn't say anything, just snorted coldly. Senju Tobirama came after smelling the smell, and crossed his arms. "Hey, evil Uchiha brat! My brother is talking to your brother to give him face, don't be ungrateful." "What did you say? Do you want to fight? Stupid Uchiha, don't forget you died in." "Shut up! Tobirama! Chuan Nai, come back!" The battle between the two younger brothers has not started after all. The dignity of the eldest brother as the elder brother is still there. In the end, they are both dead people. In the Pure Land, there is no way to fight between souls and bodies. The red-haired girl was as dazzling as a flame. She stood on a high podium and waved to the cheering crowd below. At this moment, the gears of fate seemed to be turning quietly, and cracks suddenly appeared on the crystal plate under her feet, spreading quickly like a spider web. The cracks got bigger and bigger, and the platform began to shake. In a moment, the crystal completely shattered, and the girl's figure quickly fell along with the ruins of the podium. Naruto saw this and rushed out without hesitation. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, piercing the sky and rushing towards the falling figure. Here we go again. Not only the team leader, but now even the orders of their sect leader, the Hokage, are no longer working. I can't stand it anymore. My obedience is very poor, and my intelligence analysis ability is not good. The only advantage is that I can use the Rasengan-like technique. So I am a well-connected person. I am able to get into that team just because I have a relationship with the Sunin or the fourth Hokage. It's really unpleasant. I advise Konoha to give up on this guy as soon as possible. From him, I don't see any talent that a ninja should have. I think Naruto who goes to save people is very good. If you are so proud, then you can tell me, what is a ninja? Hey, are you sure you want to discuss this topic? I don't care what happens next. Konoha, Sakura saw this question. As a top student, she instantly thought, Ninja Tips 25, ninjas must have the ability to not show emotions under any circumstances. Everything should be focused on tasks, no matter what. A heart that cannot shed tears at all times. In Sand Hidden Village, Rosa held up a handful of sand gold and looked at the house where Gaara was being guarded. Ninjas are just gears in war, and the value of ninjas can only be reflected in the real battle process. Temari and Kankuro stood aside, not daring to say anything. In the country of waves, Zabuza wiped his beheading sword with water. He cut off the prisoner's head without hesitation at the previous moment. In the world of ninjas, there are only two relationships, use and being used, so to put it bluntly, a ninja is a tool. Zabuza-sama is right. Bai nodded with a delicate face, then used ice escape to skillfully handle the corpse. Xiao organization, under the bamboo hat. Ninja is, the nameless ones who sustain peace in the darkness. Uchiha Itachi touched his eyes and said silently in his heart Shisui. At Mt. Miyamu, Jiraiya had just finished his conversation with the great toad sage, and was thinking solemnly. When he noticed the problem on the barrage and the ensuing quarrel that became increasingly fierce, he subconsciously said, "That's not the case. The so-called ninja is someone who endures everything." The girl looked as if she hadn't expected an accident. Her body, pulled by gravity, fell feebly like a kite with its string broken. At such a height, she, an ordinary person, would definitely die. Although Naruto is in poor condition, he is at least a practiced practitioner, and his reflexes and strength are far beyond those of ordinary people. He rushed out like a bolt of lightning, with precise movements, catching the girl in the air and protecting her in his arms. The moment he landed, Naruto tried his best to adjust his posture, and his back hit the ground hard, causing dust to fly. Hiss, his leg is still injured, right? It hurts to look at it. A hero saves a beauty, it's a bit romantic. Okay. Good help. The greater the noise he makes, the higher the probability that the fourth Hokage will fail in his mission. That makes sense. Could it be that the mission of the fourth Hokage is to assassinate the Empress of Lulin? Marvelous. The people in Konoha quickly started to fight among themselves, and I gradually understood everything. We in Konoha will not accept the mission of assassinating other countries' political figures. Please rest assured, famous people from all over the world, and don't be deceived by those who are interested. Humph, you coward from Ninja Village. It's really shameful for a ninja to bow down to a weakling. I think Naruto is great. If someone is in danger in front of him, why not save him if he can? Because he is a ninja. Not a hero. In the light curtain, he is a ninja with a hammer. Are you stupid looking at the light screen, I can't tell the difference between reality and the parallel world. Regardless of whether he is a ninja or not, his behavior will interfere with the plans of the fourth Hokage. As a subordinate, this is wrong. The fourth Hokage saved Naruto despite the risk of his whereabouts being exposed. Why don't you go and complain about the fourth Hokage? The fourth Hokage is strong enough on horseback. That's why I want them all. What kind of thing is this brat? He can be compared with the fourth Hokage. Konoha, Kakashi's eyes were locked on Naruto, with deep worry in his eyes. He was worried that Naruto's mood would be affected by the bad words on the barrage. However, Kakashi's worry seemed a little superfluous. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, with a hint of confusion in his expression, but it was more of a kind of disbelief. Compared with the indifference and malice of the villagers when he was a child, the criticism on the barrage was just a small witch. See the great wizard. Naruto, a child who has had no one to rely on since he was a child, has already learned how to be strong. On the contrary, there are a lot of comments that support him and praise him, which makes him unable to adapt. On the one hand, he longs for recognition and respect, on the other hand, he has long been accustomed to loneliness and misunderstanding. In the picture, Naruto acted as a buffer for the girl, so she was not injured. It hurts, the boy sat up and rubbed his back. If it weren't for my legs not working, I could land safely at this height. At this time, the frightened girl in her arms opened her eyes. Seeing that she was unharmed, Naruto showed a bright smile. It's okay. Something to say, putting aside the mission, I found Naruto to be a bit handsome. Ah, why am I so excited? You feel wrong, it's a heart attack. He must be mad at this kid's brain can operation. Hiss, with this smile, tone, and sense of security, I seem to be seeing the Yondaime-sama. P.S. Actually, I really want to complain about the brain circuit of the original Baidu. Let's not mention the motivation and time. If you are a ninja who kills people, why do you use the method of pushing people to fall from the building? The puppet will be hacked to death, poisoned to death, and even if you fight her hand to hand, she can't beat you as an ordinary person. Chapter 16. However, after the girl opened her eyes, she panicked and stretched out her hand to greet Naruto's face. Fortunately, Naruto reacted quickly. Although his head was still a little dizzy, he still relied on his intuition and gently tilted his head to avoid the girl's attack. Seeing that the other party still didn't let go of her, she tried to slap her a few more times with her backhand, but the young man who slowed down grabbed her wrist. Calm down. I am not a bad guy. Let me go, you rude fellow. Just when she was about to hit Naruto in the face with her elbow, the boy let go of his hands, and the man fell out of his arms. Barrage, angry. I eat lemons, there must be something wrong with this woman? I can understand that you were frightened and waved your hands, but the elbow hit from behind was too much. I can't stand it anymore. Although I hate this brat, now I hate this woman even more. Naruto. Give her a punch. We support you. If you beat someone and you don't pay them, it's free, right? You can't encourage this kind of trend. Yep. I met a dog noble like her when I was doing missions. Although the reward was high, beating people was obviously a different price. Oh, good intentions are not rewarded. So, why are you trying to be a hero? Just hug your fourth Hokage's lap tightly, and you won't be able to handle any task at your fingertips. Hey, Naruto saved you without thinking. Such a good man, don't give it to me. Naruto already has Miss Yinger. Besides, our Naruto here is still a little kid with no hair at all. Hehe, I just like my little brother. I'm so perverted. Facing the aristocratic class, most of the ninjas had surprisingly similar hatreds, and they all supported Naruto. This made Naruto in Konoha he was even more confused, and he rubbed his fingers unconsciously, not knowing where to put them. His eyes searched the room, and finally settled on the third Hokage whom he respected. He cast a pleading look at the third Hokage. The third Hokage. Grandpa, when you say like on the barrage, does it mean me? They say they like me. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly, walked over and touched his head. Yes, little Naruto, you are recognized by many people in the parallel world. Is recognized, that me? Naruto's eyes were cast on the light screen again. He had the same face as him, but experienced a different fate in another world. This time he was more serious than before. The girl angrily yelled, "You rude person! Think you can do whatever you want just because you are a cultivator? As an ordinary person who dares to take action against a practitioner, are you a fool?" Naruto supported his dizzy head, but still said seriously, if it were someone else, he would have taken action because his dignity as a strong man was offended. After all, I am the one who saved you. Only then did the girl react and was slightly startled. Ah, it seems to make sense. Then let me thank you first. Thank you, Master Practitioner. Naruto rubbed his shoulders and muttered in his mind, what if I am a bad person? There are not many cultivators like me who are easy to talk to. What is going on with this woman? The girl frowned and thought to herself, what are the rude cultivators from the outside doing in Lulin? It feels like neither of them is very smart. This woman doesn't seem to have a bad personality. You can see she even says thank you. She's much better than the rubbish nobles I've seen. She's just a bit naive. Stay. Can such a person be the queen? Why not? Are the great names in your country very smart? As long as there are loyal and smart people to help, no matter how stupid you are, you can sit in that position. Bull demon, why are you scolding them? Don't lower the noble master's opinion of ninjas. If you don't want to make money, I still want to make money. Woo-hoo-hoo, it's all useless money. You fool, whoever likes to make money will make this useless thing. I can't even curse you anonymously. Why do you feel that in the world of light curtains, ninjas have a high status? Judging from their conversation, even if the woman was the queen, she would be killed for offending the dignity of a strong man. Let me correct you, they are called practitioners over there. But it's still strange. Aren't you afraid that his sect will be held accountable by the daimyo? It's not surprising at all, this is the right thing to do. Why should the strong fear the weak? Why was I not born in that world? I still have to argue with you bunch of wimps here. After all, you are still not strong enough. If you had the strength of the god of ninja, the daimyo would kneel down and beg you to protect them. Real or fake? Really, I heard that the great name of the fire country married his daughter to the son of Senju Hashirama. So Tsunadeheim is the granddaughter of the previous daimyo of fire country. If not? Guess why everyone calls her Princess Tsunade. Although there were twists and turns, at least the conditions for normal dialogue were met. Are you the queen those people call you? Naruto's tone was full of inquiry, and a trace of surprise and curiosity flashed in his eyes. Ahem, that's right. I am the queen of Lulin Kingdom, Sarah. The girl replied. She controlled her voice as if she wanted to pretend to be majestic. Although Sarah tried her best to stay calm, Naruto could still feel the tension and jerkiness in her voice. Lulin Kingdom, it's a bit subtle. I am Naruto from Konoha Hidden Sect. Let me ask, you must have heard of my sect, right? Well, Konoha Hidden Sect, the overlord of Zhongzhou, I have heard of your great reputation here in Dongzhou. There was a hint of respect in Sarah's voice. It was obvious that the reputation of Konoha Hidden Sect was not unfamiliar to her. As the girl said this, she was adjusting her clothes. She found that the straps of her top were torn due to the impact of the fall. She couldn't help but look back. She frowned and glanced at Naruto, but the boy didn't seem to notice her dilemma, and was just sorting out the information to himself. Sure enough, the location is still in Dongzhou. The previous guess based on the landform was correct, but I entered it. It should be the shabby Lulin secret realm. Please take back your rude words. Sarah didn't care about the clothes, turned around and stepped forward, grabbed Naruto's collar, and said angrily, "What tatters? Lulin is a city I inherited from my mother, a city that is more important than life." The clear voice was full of determination and pride. Obviously, she could not tolerate anyone's disrespect for Lulin Kingdom. "I'm super, Lens." Lens. Trademark switch to Naruto's perspective. "If you show your back, Jill will be useful. Is this what you want to see?" Light curtain, I am Rini the Sage. There are some good things hidden away, right? I hope there are no light curtains in the world that don't understand people's hearts. Hey, man. Miss Sakura, your Naruto is being stalked by a female pervert. Chapter 17. Apologize to me quickly. Sarah gripped Naruto's collar tightly, shook him emotionally, and asked him to apologize. Naruto seemed a little unprepared, and he tried to calm Sarah down. Hey, wait a minute, wait a moment. The girl didn't stop. "Okay, I'll just apologize. Please pull up my clothes first." Naruto finally couldn't help shouting loudly. "Sarah! Girls sorting out. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, alas, my companion was not found, and I was beaten and scolded for no reason. This time I was really unlucky," Naruto sighed. "Tisk, so unhappy," Sarah muttered, but too quietly. "Ah? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." "All in all, Lulin is not shabby," the girl said with some pause, her cheeks still a little unnatural. "The high platform used for speeches is in disrepair. Otherwise, how could you fall off? That was an accident." "It must have been an accident." "That's not the case. Speaking of this," Naruto straightened his face, "in my opinion, it was not an accident, someone wanted to harm you." "Sarah, how could it be? There is no way someone is trying to harm me. You also heard the cheers of the people, they all love me as their queen." No, something is very wrong. As a queen, you fell from a height in public, and there was no commotion among the people below. The people are still cheering there. Are they welcoming the ghosts? Maybe celebrating the queen's good death? Was her rule criticized? Why do I think she looks like she just ascended the throne? Moreover, it had been a short while since they landed, and not a single guard came to look for them. Whether she is a leader or not, she might as well die. Naruto brat, you are so unlucky. Don't you dare send me this kind of bad luck. If it were you, I'd probably be killed when you meet the fourth Hokage. Hehe. Previous S13, how dare you assume my village registration? Then tell me which village you are from. I am a Konoha person in Konoha, and a Sunagakure person in Sunagakure. Hey, he's just a spy. He said it was so complicated. Who did he think he was? Turns out he is just a fool. He. In the previous situation, would you save that stupid woman? Naruto-kun is very popular with women. It's Miss Sakura again, and it's Queen Lulin again. Damn it! Why are all my teammates men, so why can't there be a girl in the village? Deduct 1 and come to our Konoha office to pick up a girl. We welcome elites from other ninja villages to come and support us. 111 Can I change the underwear of the 4th Hokage? Nothing else, I just admire Minato-sama. The moment you fell, I felt strong malice directed at you. Naruto explained. His judgment was certainly not groundless. That, you must feel wrong. Although I have never practiced cultivation, I have never heard of that practitioner being able to sense malice or anything like that. Don't try to lie to me just because I look stupid. Sarah is still being stubborn. I've been paying attention since just now. You are obviously an ordinary person, but you are not afraid of me at all. That is because... The girl was about to explain when suddenly, a trio of Konoha hidden sect descended from the sky and interrupted their conversation. You didn't keep your promise. The blonde young man wearing a mask spoke. It's the Yondaime-sama, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. That's almost it. The fourth Hokage has already gotten married. Who are you? Hey, this kid is miserable. He disobeyed orders and was caught by his own shadow. It's impossible for him to defeat Golden Flash. There is no way to survive. If he commits suicide, he will probably die more happily. Ah, this guy upstairs is from Blood Mist, right? It's really unnecessary. Yondaime-sama is not that scary. In that world, are ordinary people afraid of practitioners? Aren't ordinary people here also afraid of ninjas? The vigilance of the Konoha hidden sect trio has not subsided. Have no idea. Naruto said as he subconsciously took out his short sword and prepared to fight. He leaned on the pillar behind him and reluctantly stood up. She fell right in front of me, and besides, I have companions waiting for me. Do you care so much about the lives of ordinary people? You are different from ordinary practitioners. The man who called himself Qing Shui before sighed with emotion in his voice, but at this moment... Wait a moment. Sarah suddenly rushed out from behind the trio, pushed Highway and Ding Zhao away, stood in front of Naruto, opened her arms to protect him. Who are you? Don't even think about hurting him. Oh. What a good woman. She is an ordinary person, and she protects Naruto, a cultivator. What are you repairing? In short, in front of the strong. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Sarah was a little hesitant when she denied Naruto twice. This woman may not be stupid. She might have noticed something, but what could she, an ordinary girl, do? Her mother had appeared in her memories before. She must have been the former Empress Lulin. She just said that Lulin was a treasure left to her by her mother. The former Empress must have died. The parents are dead, the heir is young, and the powerful officials are stealing the country? What a cheesy script! So pathetic. The same is true for my princess, because the late king died suddenly and left no strength for the young princess, so her uncle stole the country. Hehe, who knows if it's acting? This kind of beautiful woman is the most terrible thing to deceive people. Stop talking about that woman, what does it have to do with us? On the contrary, it was the perception of malice that the brat said. What is that, and can anyone really do it? Never heard of that. When I was on a mission before, I heard it in the Grass Ninja Village. There is a similar legend, saying that they once ruled the world with weapons that could sense malice. This kind of ninja from a small village is the best at bragging. You really believe it when he says it, ha 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 ha. Could it be that? Naruto was startled. You were the ones who did it on the high platform just now? Damn it, the perception of malice works sometimes but not always. Naruto decided to strike first. He walked around Sarah with a short knife and rushed towards the masked young man headed by the trio. However, the blonde masked young man turned his body and easily dodged Naruto's attack. She hit Naruto on the back of the head and restrained him. When Sarah saw this, her heart tightened. She didn't expect things to develop like this, so she hurried forward and tried to stop the man. Who are you? Why on earth are you attacking us? I am super and dare to take the initiative to attack the fourth Hokage. I would like to call you the strongest in Konoha. This woman is unreasonable. It was obviously Naruto who struck first, so how come it was the fourth Hokage who attacked them when they arrived at her place? If it were me and I saw the fourth Hokage radiating hostility towards me, it would be nice if my legs wouldn't tremble. This guy dared to rush forward and strike first, ha ha ha. Naruto, I admit that I am not as good as you. Such precise intuition, he immediately picked out the strongest person present. Did you see the movements of the two followers behind the fourth Hokage? Their tiger bodies trembled. They must be thinking, what kind of strong man is this, so brave? I don't want to complain anymore, but this kid is really good. If the fourth Hokage really wanted to kill this woman, both of their heads would have been out of his head. Besides, he can't even read the formation. The positions of the three people on the opposite side were obviously to protect the woman, Although the person being protected rushed out on her own, she also protected someone stronger than her. I now find that Sarah and Naruto are really well matched. After all, they stay together while the other eats, ha 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 ha. Chapter 18. The blonde young man sensed his surroundings, made sure no one else noticed their conversation, and then whispered. It seems that there are many misunderstandings between us, but there is one important thing I hope you can know. The purpose of our trip is to protect Her Majesty the Queen. Seeing that the two did not object, he continued to explain, although this is the Queen's Lulin, the situation is complicated now. We have to find a safe place first. This is not the right place for conversation. How about taking a step to talk? Naruto and Sarah looked at each other, nodded, and agreed. Because it's okay to disagree. Through the fight just now, they understood that the blonde young man in front of them had the strength to subdue two people in an instant, let alone 3 versus 2 now. I just said that the 4th Hokage was not here to kill them. Do you need to say this? Flying Thunder God understands. If the 4th Hokage can't deal with these two rookies face to face, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Those 50 IWA Ninja Jounin must agree with your statement. Daily Black Rock Ninja. Not a Black Sand Ninja. Bored, I want to see rivers of blood. What about Flying Thunder God? Take it out and let us see it. It's hard to say whether the 4th Hokage of that world could fly Thunder God. After all, the power system is different. I remember they used something called fighting energy. After reaching an agreement, the 3 people in Konoha quickly moved with Naruto and Sarah. Among the buildings in Lulin, in a hidden magic circle that was difficult to find by any means of exploration, Naruto finally let go of the conversation. A pillar of light suddenly erupted from the ground. As soon as I opened my eyes, I fell into a strange place. I finally encountered a living person and ran away as soon as I looked at him. After a few steps, I was attacked by a lot of machine dolls. You 3 are from the same clan. The senior brothers are still mysterious. The shabby secret land of Lulin has turned into such a spectacular Lulin country, and Sarah, as the queen, is also being targeted inexplicably. I'm completely confused. Do you know anything? Tell me quickly. He talked endlessly about his experiences, from the light beams ejected from the ground to the unfamiliar environment, from the attack of the machine doll to Sarah's identity. So, Naruto's mood is really quite stable. After going through so many things, my sanity never collapsed. Don't brag or be slanderous, this is indeed a very good quality. Didn't it collapse? It really didn't collapse? I don't think any sane person would go to hard steel 4th Hokage. That's not the case. You can tell from that kid's tone that he didn't recognize the other person's identity. The 4th Hokage is wearing a mask, but he still understands it even if he doesn't recognize it. What about the guy from the Akimichi clan next to him? Can't you recognize it? With this iconic body shape, the difference between wearing a mask and not wearing it is almost zero. Isn't it the same with the remaining bug master Aber Maze Highway? Who else can use the fighting method of manipulating insects except the members of the Aber May family? Besides, their family members all wear sunglasses and hoods, and their faces cannot be seen even if they wear masks or not. Even leaving aside the 4th Hokage, these two are quite powerful guys. In order to protect the queen of a small country, do these people really need to be dispatched? Konoha, under the light curtain. Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino from Class 10 couldn't help but look at Akimichi Koji. It seems that this is indeed the case. Koji does not have any talent for hiding his identity. Shikamaru said softly. Even if Chisai puts on a mask, his size and the unique ninjutsu of the Akimichi clan will make it difficult to hide his identity. This is even less reliable than Metkai's application to join the ANBU. And since Chisai's after his father demonstrated the abilities of the Akimichi clan on the light screen, Koji was so excited that he forgot about the potato chips in his hand. He looked at his father's figure and felt extremely proud. Well, after all, Dinkai has suffered a lot of ridicule since he was a child because of his body shape. Uncles from the Akimichi clan don't care, but Dinkai's self-esteem is still very strong. Being able to see Uncle Dingzo showing off his prowess on the light screen must have made him and himself proud. Ino sighed. In Class 8, Hinata and Inyazuka Kaiba couldn't help but look at Abarame Shino. Abarame Shino usually always wears sunglasses and a collar to cover her face, and this time is no exception. Hinata, the three of us are obviously teammates, but we have never seen Shino's true appearance. Inyazuka Kaiba said excitedly. Yes, Shino always looks like this. Hinata replied shyly. Shino-ye, Hinata, I didn't mean to hide my face. If you want to ask why, as a ninja, it is instinct to hide one's information. We are companions, so it doesn't matter if we show it, and we won't lose a piece of meat. Inyazuka Kaiba rushed towards Abarame Shino. Abarame Shino tried to avoid Inyazuka Kaiba's pursuit. Gatha, my face is nothing to look at, so stop making trouble. If you want to ask why, my father and mother both look ordinary. But Inyazuka Kaiba was chasing after him. I don't know what your parents look like. Besides, anyone can guess. They must be a three-piece set with sunglasses, hood, and collar, right? Do not move. Let me see. Hinata has a white eye. She may have seen it through clairvoyance a long time ago, but I have never seen it before. He shouted while chasing. Hinata quickly clarified, no. That's not the case. Byakugan can only see the flow of chakra. Look, you can't see faces or anything else. Yuihong looked at the children with relief. The atmosphere in Class 8 became lively due to Inyazuka Kaiba's liveliness. If Hinata and Shino only relied on Hinata and Shino, this team might not exchange a few words a day. The trio looked at each other and reached an agreement. The camera switched to the central square of Konoha Hidden Sect. The promotional activities of Ichiraku Cafeteria attracted a large number of sect disciples, and the team even extended to the sect mission pavilion. Minato looked around on the street, as if he was looking for something. He was wearing an outfit similar to Ching Shui and looked heroic. Suddenly, a handsome silver-haired man appeared behind Minato and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, good disciple. Master Jiraiya. Minato turned around in surprise. Borrow a step, Jiraiya pulled Minato to a deserted high tower and excitedly showed him the secret book he had learned recently. Watch carefully, don't be scared. The same move that Naruto used before, a spiraling ball of light appeared in his hand. See, how about it? This is the secret book that you spent 3 years to complete. I have mastered it in such a short time. Master, I must be awesome. Jiraiya said proudly. Awesome. You are truly worthy of being a master. Minato was filled with admiration, but then his expression dropped and he nodded. Then, I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. So perfunctory. Master Jiraiya is also so approachable in the parallel world. Is this also the reason why the Yondaime-sama worshipped him as his disciple? That idiot Jiraiya. He shows off his apprentice's skills as soon as he learns them. Is he a child? Chapter 19. Look, I'd say it's the fourth Hokage. Those tough-talking IWA ninjas in front of me, why didn't they say anything this time? Golden Glitter prisoners, come out. Maybe when they saw the face of the fourth Hokage, they fainted from fear. Ha. It doesn't matter what the IWA nin is like, but here in Konoha, why do I feel that Lord Jiraiya on the light screen looks very young? Is there any difference? Didn't the Sunin Jiraiya look like this all these years? Looks old. Hee. You guys. Don't laugh at mature people, they will still look like this 20 years later. You have never been young, your aggression seems to be a bit high. In Iwagakure village, Tsuchikage's office, Onaki frowned and said nothing. Kuratsuka sat cross-legged on his desk, shaking his head here and there. Hey! Stinky old man! You are surprisingly quiet today. In the past, you would have sprayed back. Are you also scared to death by the fourth Hokage? Onoki punched his unfilial granddaughter on the head. Humph, so rude. When I, old man, dominated the ninja world, Minato Namikaze's father was still a little kid. The old man snorted coldly. Of course he was not afraid of the fourth Hokage like Kuratsuka said. He was just verifying some guesses in his mind. Based on his age, even in the ninja world, assuming that Namikaze Minato is not dead, he has survived to this day. He is almost 40 years old, which is the age of a middle-aged bald man, and the time of the light curtain world is even later, so the age of the yellow-haired boy should be older, but the face of the fourth Hokage shown on the light screen is too young. And not only Namikaze Minato, but also Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas on the light screen, also has a youthful temperament, although it can't be seen from his appearance. Combined with the strange situation in Lulin described by Naruto in the video, he had a bold guess. After bidding farewell to the disappointed Jiraiya, young Minato turned left and right along the queue. Finally, he saw 4 young children chatting happily in the queue. A very small Shizuan said the food made by Master Ishiki is really popular. Kai ingredients selected from thousands of places. Soulful techniques. I will definitely taste them carefully. Asma, that is the world-renowned god of cooking. Passing on this secret taste is also the inheritance of the section kind of. How many of you are there? Behind the 3 people, a figure of a silver-haired boy was complaining. Ah, aren't those Shizuan, Metkai and Sarutobi Asuma from their childhood? There are many people in Konoha who know these 3 people, and they themselves are very surprised. Why do memories of us as children appear? The silver-haired boy with dead eyes said you can't improve your strength. It's just a meal. Are you so excited? If you have the time, why don't you go to the Chi training tower to improve your strength? Shizuan said unconvinced. Here we go again, Xi, you say that, but aren't you actually queuing up too? I'm here to accompany you. But before he could finish speaking, the silver-haired boy known as Uci saw the fourth Hokage walking towards this side. He immediately greeted him, cupped his fists and saluted Master. Yo, good lunch, Uyuxi. The silver-haired boy raised his head excitedly. Is there something you need me to do, Master? So sharp. That's right, I'm going to take you on a short-term mission. Let's meet at the mission pavilion. Minato said seriously. Yuanzi nodded, and walked towards the mission pavilion without hesitation. Minato looked at Shizuan and the others apologetically. I'm sorry, Yuanzi will lend it to me for a few days. After saying that, he left. Looking at their backs, Metkai couldn't help but said, you are worthy of being my destined opponent. I'm actually going out to practice again so soon. Shizuan, on the other hand, put her hands on her hips as big as a kid. Really, you are an unpleasant guy, at least say goodbye. Asma agreed, arrogant. The silver-haired boy stopped, turned around and replied, I'm different from you, I'm very busy. The fourth Hokage is so handsome. He's so handsome to me. Why was he born in Konoha? How many times have I told you that the fourth Hokage has a wife? Don't have such wishful thinking. I want to duel with his wife, only the strong are worthy of that man. Are you sure you want to challenge his wife? That is a container for monsters. Even the fourth Hokage himself may not be able to beat that woman. Woohoo, damn it! How could the fourth Hokage fall in love with something like that? It must have been forced by that woman. He beat my Minato to his knees, he must have forced him to work hard. Don't get mad here. If you're itchy, you can volunteer as a shuriken target. Ha ha ha, what the hell is UXI? Ha ha ha. Copy Ninja UCI, you have no chance of winning against me who has roasted thousands of species of UCI. What a small copy ninja, but everyone should have made a judgment after seeing this, that is. Well, that's probably the past. So was Naruto under the illusion, or did the kid really go back to the past? In the light curtain, the sect master's hall. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, like Tsunade before him, holds the mission token. Above. This mission was entrusted by the former Empress Lulin, who has a deep connection with our sect. Shuman, Dingzhou, and Highway, you three will set off immediately. After accepting the task, Minato raised his head and made another request. Can you take my apprentice with you on this mission? Your disciple, considering the difficulty of this mission, it must be you and Xi. Minato didn't say much, but replied seriously said although Yu Yongzi is young, his level of excellence is not inferior to mine. The third generation waved his hand okay. He is so humble that he actually said that his disciples are as good as himself. Kakashi-senpai is indeed excellent. Uzunashi was so cute when she was little, but why did our Kakashi-senpai here turn into such a sultry uncle with dead eyes? Time is like a butcher's knife. Pay attention to your image and don't tell anyone about your village. Konoha. Hitaki Kakashi. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help laughing ha 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 ha. Okay. If you want to know more about dark history, he likes to see Kakashi's stinking look when he was a child. It's really nostalgic. Hot Spring Hotel, Tsunade's side. Shizune also showed a nostalgic look as she hugged the dolphin. I'll probably never see Kakashi like this again. At that time, everyone hadn't grown up yet, and Obito and Rin were still young. Chapter 20. The memory ended. In a quiet corner of Lulin, Naruto was confronting the blonde man and his two companions. After thinking about it, the blonde man Minato decided to reveal some truth to Naruto within the allowed range. We may have a lot to say between us, but first, let's show our sincerity. He slowly took off his mask, revealing a handsome face. Dingzhou and Highway followed closely and took off their masks together. The three of us are from the Konoha hidden sect in Zhongzhou. We were entrusted by the deceased previous empress to go to Lulin to perform a top-secret mission. One of the ultimate goals of the mission is to protect the new empress of Lulin, Sarah. That oily girl's Highway, what difference does it make if he takes off his mask or not? This topic has passed. In the light screen world, does Sarah's mother have a connection with the Hidden Leaf sect? What about our side? I don't know. Lulin hasn't contacted Cheyenne village for a long time. Trash Tsunagakuer, Konoha's hands have reached out to the small country in their own territory, and they still don't know anything about it. Understand it. After all, the Kazekage has to work hard to collect sand gold to subsidize the finances. You can imagine what this ninja village is like. Well, Lord Rosa cares about the village. You just lower yourself to do that kind of thing. Do you have such outstanding actors? Naruto frowned. So, do you know who the person who is plotting evil against her is? That's what I'm going to say next, and it's another ultimate goal of the mission. Minato narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, defeat the arrogant country thief, the time traveler from the future, and Lushan. Future. ×2. Naruto and Sarah widened their eyes at the same time. Wait a minute, the future, then the secret realm of Lulin I saw. Yes, this is not the Lulin you are familiar with. If I'm not wrong, Naruto, it's true that you are a disciple of Konoha Hidden Sect, but that is the future Konoha Hidden Sect. How come? Naruto was shocked, his thoughts seemed to be swept by a storm, and he was in chaos. Minato continued to explain, the reason why we did not reveal the truth to you immediately is because we are worried that the intervention of future people may lead to major changes in history. The current era is actually about 20 years away from your era. 6 years ago, a future person like you suddenly appeared. His name was Centipede, who is now Lulin Fujun and Lushan. Hearing this name, Naruto immediately became excited. The wanted criminal I was chasing was this guy, and it was the beam of light he triggered that caused us to be swallowed together. Can you tell me more about it? I have a little bit of experience with space, maybe it can be of some help. Seeing this, Naruto described the details of the battle. He had just mentioned it casually before, but this time he began to tell it seriously. After listening, Minato quickly judged Yu and Beiju are both due to time and space anomalies. The fluctuations came through. Lulin's dragon vein is related to the way of time, and the ceiling circle you mentioned. He paused for a moment, but soon returned to normal. That magic circle contains extremely strong space energy. The unstable space-time fluctuations caused by the collision of the two, coupled with a lot of luck, contributed to this incident. What is the principle of this? It sounds quite doable. In other words, in this way, you can go back to the past. I want to try it. I want to go back in time again, see my dead love again. I want to see my dad. Now I understand why he scolded me. I want to say something to my mother again. If I could go back to that time and I arrived in time, she wouldn't have died. At this moment, the barrage is filled with all kinds of what-ifs. There will be some regrets in people's lives, especially for these ninjas who lick blood from their swords. I can only say that fortunately, I miss you silently. In the hotel, Tsunade's eyes flashed with sadness. Over the years, her heart has been filled with longing for her brother and lover. The untouchable past is like a deep wound that will never heal. If she could go back in time, if she could arrive earlier. In Konoha village, Kakashi gently touched the Sharingan under his forehead protector with his finger. If he could turn back time, if he had noticed the IWA ninja's attack, if he had saved Obito and Lin. Behind Kakashi, Sasuke's eyes were burning with the flames of revenge. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to go back to that disastrous day and stop that man. If he himself is not strong enough, he can ask the village for help. If the village doesn't care, he can at least tell his parents in advance. If the parents are prepared, maybe the man will give up. Naruto also thought for a moment, but then he realized that he didn't have much nostalgia for his past. Perhaps the only thing I want to do is to meet my parents, at least to find out who they are and what they look like. In the light curtain, Naruto scratched his head. Although I don't quite understand, can I still go back? No problem. After defeating Inlushan, the dragon veins can be liberated, and I know a little bit about the way of space. In addition, the time and space coordinates of your original world are pulling you strongly, so it is not difficult to send you back to your original world. Really? Brother Ching Shui, you are so awesome. Naruto's eyes flashed with hope. All in all, the top priority is to defeat that guy as soon as possible, otherwise the future will develop into unpredictable situations. Minato said firmly. Can you come back after traveling to the past? Fourth Hokage, what else can't you do? Everyone, please calm down. It's okay to say that you can just go to Lulin to grab the dragon veins, but for the time and space related arts, do you still have to go to Konoha to steal the Thunder God? Let's not talk about whether you can get it or not. Even if Konoha gives you the Flying Thunder God's scroll, you won't be able to learn it. I kind of understand what the fourth Hokage said. It's best not to have anything to do with time travelers, just look at the previous barrage and it will become clear. The power of longing is enough for people to change the world wantonly. The past is the past, and what is lost is lost. I understand the truth, what matters is not the past, but the future, but if you fail to protect the things that should be protected and lose the person you least want to lose, how can you let go so easily? In the Hidden Rain village, Obito looked at his hands and sent his thoughts through the barrage. This power is meaningless if it cannot protect the people it is supposed to protect. He didn't want to go back to the past, because even if he saved Lin, nothing would change. Kakashi didn't want to kill Lin, but he killed her anyway. Lin wanted to live, but she still died. At that moment, he understood the truth of the ninja world. Those who don't want to kill are forced to kill, those who want to live have no choice but to die. The ninja world that forces people to kill each other and kill each other is this kind of hell. The rotten ninja world has no future at all. In this desperate ninja world, Lin is still suffering, so he wants to cut off the cause and effect in this world with his hands. Chapter 21. Lulin and Dragonvein are both in the Kingdom of Wind, and Sand Hidden Village has probably taken action a long time ago. We can only make a fuss in the past. Good guy, those major ninja villages can't unite to attack Suna Ninja Village. Why not attack Konoha? Are we, Tsunagakuer, easy to bully? We'll kill every one of you. Le, on the one hand you are easy to bully, on the other hand, the time and space ninjutsu in the ninja world is not limited to Konoha's flying thunder god. The atmosphere in Sand Hidden Village suddenly became tense, and the villagers felt uneasy. They understood that Sand Hidden Village might soon face threats from the outside. Although they were not directly related to the rebellion in the sky, the existence of the dragon vein made them become a potential target. Feng Yingluosha looked solemn, and after careful consideration, he issued an emergency order. The whole village has entered a state of martial law. Immediately recall all Tsunagakuer ninjas outside and prepare for battle. Ah! Naruto looked at this reliable blonde man and suddenly remembered something. I just wanted to see you somewhere else. If you look closely, you look a bit like the spiritual imprint of the fourth Hokage in the sect. Highway turned his head and said, "Don't be kidding, the sect's Hokage has only been passed down for 3 generations. Dingzuo, wait a minute, this kid comes from the future. Let's stop talking about future topics here, knowing that talking too much is not good for either party." Minato interrupted Dingzuo, "And Lushan, or Centipede, is very obsessed with power. Now he is in the palace on the floating island in the center of Lulin." Enough. Sarah, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up and retorted angrily, looking at me being silent on the side, "You guys are chatting more and more enthusiastically, listen. 6 years ago, an outstanding man named Lushan came to Lulin Kingdom. As an assistant minister, he inherited my mother's last wish and made great efforts for this city. He can never be what you call a bad person. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, but you have been deceived." Minato looked at Sarah seriously. But the girl turned around and left. Compared to a strange cultivator who came uninvited, Lushan, who has been assisting this country for 6 years, is more trustworthy. Naruto hurriedly shouted, "Hey, where are you going? I want to confirm the facts myself." Sarah didn't even look back. "So Lushan has been running the country for the past 6 years. I guess so. Look at the very beginning, the Queen went to sing in the tower in broad daylight. She left all the government affairs to Lushan, and then went to sing and play by herself every day. No wonder people don't like her, no one cares if she falls from a building. Don't you believe Yondaime Sama's words? This woman's vision is just like this. She is not from Konoha, why should she trust the fourth Hokage? Don't be so sentimental there. Everyone said that she was entrusted by her late mother. Didn't this woman respect her mother very much? What do you believe in what Namikaze Minato says? He said he is your father, believe it or not. It would be great if my father were the fourth Hokage, wouldn't I be walking sideways in Konoha? All Uchiha and Hinata have to pay their respects to me, the crown prince. Riding on a horse, the fourth Hokage acts like a bitch. If you can, let me see if you can grow your hair long. Don't make me kneel down to beg you. That Lushan has been in Lulin for 6 years, why did he just attack Sarah today, and happen to be caught by Naruto? It seems to be a bit intentional. Maybe he was holding back the big wave. When the fourth Hokage rescued Naruto, he had already entered the enemy's sight. Facing the fourth Hokage, Lushan did not stop planning. He must have something to rely on. What if he is real? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Are you dumb? You almost died on the high platform just now. If that guy is the culprit, wouldn't you be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Naruto showed obvious concern. No matter what, I have to meet that man. Sarah shook her head and said very stubbornly, Naruto, thank you very much for saving me from falling. I swear in the name of Queen Lulin that I will repay this kindness one day. I didn't save you for that kind of thing. You are going to die. If you die, you will have to pay back the hammer. Just repay with your body, this is the past anyway, and if Naruto returns to the future, it doesn't count as betraying Miss Sakura hihi. Against the odds, when Naruto returned to the future 20 years later, a little blonde boy or red-haired girl came to Konoha to issue a mission, saying that he was looking for a father who was younger than himself. Write more, children will love to read. Naruto, you don't want Miss Sakura to know about your cheating, right? You are so dirty. Naruto does good deeds without asking for anything in return. All kinds of monsters and monsters come out when you come here. Let's divide our forces from now on. Minato suggested, as for the queen, I leave it to you, Naruto. After all, she only trusts you among the four of us. There's no problem with protecting Sarah, but I won't let go of that centipede guy either. It was because of him that the situation became so troublesome. Minato shook his head and put the mask back on his face. It will be more efficient for us who are familiar with Lulin to search for Beiju. You don't know anything about this place. Besides, you are a disciple of Konoha hidden sect, so you should understand one thing. It is equally important to protect Sarah who believes in you. Naruto looked at Minato and was silent for a moment. Hateful, I get it. We can't leave Sarah alone. Konoha, Class 10. Yamanaka Ino was a little surprised and said Naruto in the light curtain looks very responsible. Is he really the Naruto who loves to play pranks? She looked at her two companions, wanting to hear what they said statement. After all, in Ino's impression, Shikamaru and Koji almost wore the same pants as Naruto when they were in ninja school. They often skipped classes together and battled wits with Mr. Irika. Shikamaru sighed lightly, turned over, and said nonchalantly Naruto is that kind of person, a guy who takes the initiative to take trouble. Koji Naruto-kun is very reliable. Is that so? Ino nodded as if understanding, then looked at the light screen again. Actually, if you look carefully, Naruto looks pretty good too. Why haven't you noticed it before? In the scene, Minato handed Naruto his signature weapon, a short sword with his own spiritual imprint. Naruto took it and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. I seem to have seen it somewhere. This weapon is specially made by me. As long as you carry it with you, no matter where you are, I can rush to you in an instant through the connection of the spiritual brand. Minato said with a smile. Naruto raised his head and looked at the gentle and handsome man in front of him again, his pupils trembling. This kind of ability, this weapon. Is this person? He couldn't help but want to take a step closer to Minato, and said, Brother Ching Shui, are you? But Minato interrupted him. Go quickly. Every second counts now, Naruto. But, I see. Naruto finally chose to protect Sarah. But before leaving, he turned back and glanced at the blonde man again. Minato, Sarah, I'm leaving it to you. Naruto was silent and turned his head with a complicated expression. Behind him, the Konoha trio left without hesitation and disappeared into the night of Lulin Kingdom. Is that something similar to the Flying Thunder God Kunao? Woohoo, I want the Yondaime-sama's secret weapon too. This way, when there is danger, Minato-sama can teleport over to help. Snort. The ridiculous speed of the ninja world, that man is only late when it matters. Chapter 22. Why did Naruto feel weird after recognizing the fourth Hokage? Are you too excited to see the Yondaime-sama in person? Aren't you excited to see the shadow of your own village? Thank you, I just feel scared. I seem to know which village you are from. From what I see, Naruto's mood doesn't look like he's excited, it's better to say he looked like he wanted to speak but didn't dare to speak, and he still felt vaguely dissatisfied. Real or fake? With such complicated emotions, could it be that the fourth Hokage killed Naruto's relatives for the sake of the village? Only the Yondaime-sama would not take action against his companions in the village. There must be a limit to throwing dirty water. In the Hokage's office, Naruto's expression on the light screen was in a trance, which made those who knew his relationship with Namikaze Minato feel tight in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and put his hands on the table. Is Naruto in the light screen world? Have you learned some secrets about his life experience? Or who told him about the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage? Hehe, it would be interesting if that were the case. I remember people from Konoha said before that this brat's teacher is the copy ninja Kakashi, and Kakashi is the most proud disciple of the fourth Hokage. Please call him Musixi, baked ninja UXI. It's hard to get over this joke, right? It's really hard to hold back, ha 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 ha. Next to Naruto, Sakura asked curiously, Kakashi-sensei, why are you called a copy ninja on the barrage? Kakashi didn't answer directly, but stretched, his eyes swept over Uchiha Sasuke inadvertently. It's super complicated to explain, so I won't explain it. Kakashi is a golden glitter student. Many people don't know, after all, in their class, only Kakashi is still alive. Let's not mention the Golden Flash, but where are Kakashi's teammates? I have the impression that I heard from my companions in the village that the copy ninja teammates were an Uchiha and a medical ninja girl. Oh, I understand when you say this. That Uchiha must have died on the night of the Uchiha genocide. I guess so. I don't know the specific situation. You have to ask people in Konoha. Sarah walked quickly between the buildings, her heart filled with dissatisfaction with the outsiders. Those rude people. When they talk about Lushan, they always bring misunderstandings and prejudices. Opening the palace door, the girl walked into the deserted corridor alone. She frowned and secretly made up her mind to prove Lushan's innocence in person. But at this moment, a black shadow emerged from the darkness of the corridor. Rushed out and dragged Sarah into a utility room. Ah! Sarah screamed subconsciously and then found herself surrounded by a group of masked men. What are you going to do? The girl finally realized that someone really wanted her life. Ellie, this woman is finally deflated. It seems. Okay, how irritating she looked when she was confident before, how funny, how embarrassing she looks now. Is this woman really a ruler? She has no bodyguards, no IQ, and yet she still thinks there is no problem with her situation. There are quite a few people in Lulan Kingdom who are malicious to her. What should I say? Isn't this the person sent by Beiju? Sarah is stupid and you are stupid too? If Beiju wants to kill this woman, can't he just send a few machine dolls? I analyze that the previous falling accident was not done by Beiju. After all, the person who took action did not confirm whether she was dead or not. It does not seem like something that could be done by the mastermind behind the time travel. I'll go, it makes sense. So there is still a third party hidden in Lulan. I know, it must be Sunagakur village. Or call it Dustwind Valley. If you think about it carefully, this mission was proposed from the beginning. The information about the way of time was also given by Chen Fengyugu. Feng Ying is playing a big game of chess. Good guy, is this still the same Feng Ying who makes money from sand gold to subsidize the finances? So scary. Is it too late for me to apologize for speaking ill of Kazekage before? In Sand Hidden Village, Luo Xia looked confused. Is this what the future me in the parallel world did? Am I so powerful? The subordinates looked at me with admiration, but Luo Xia frowned and realized that things were not simple. In the utility room, Sarah faced a group of masked men, her body trembling. Although they were not holding real weapons, the girl had never faced such a battle before. The leading woman approached. Give it back to us. Sarah asked in confusion return. Are you queen? The woman said coldly. Sarah took a deep breath and said solemnly, my name is Sarah, the queen of Lulan Kingdom. If you want to take my life, do it openly. Stop looking down on others. Don't pretend to be stupid, otherwise we don't know what we will do in a hurry. The companions behind the woman shouted angrily. At this moment, Naruto broke through the roof and jumped in, holding a single sword and protecting Sarah behind him. Am I late? Sarah, are you okay? I really hope Naruto won't come to save this woman. What can the nobles do to save her? Indeed, I stepped on my horse and wanted to punch these pretentious masters in the face. They were obviously weak to death, so where could I have the confidence? You guys are a bit extreme. Sarah is so young, it's already pretty good for her to do this. He is really stupid, incompetent, and willful. Just because you are born into a noble family, you can get asylum? Can you live safely? Ridiculous. Why? Isn't it the duty given to Naruto-kun by the 4th Hokage to protect Her Highness the Queen? It's okay if Naruto-kun doesn't do it. No, brother, do you really believe it? If the 4th Hokage really had the mission to protect Sarah, how could he leave her to this brat? You underestimate Golden Flash too much. There was something wrong with these Konoha guys from the beginning. Naruto could meet Sarah wherever he wandered around, but the ninja world's #1 Godspeed wouldn't be able to find him? He was not nearby at all when Sarah fell, so protect her with a hammer. Therefore, Golden Flash's mission should be to kill Centipede and seize the dragon's veins. Protecting the new queen is just a cover to deceive Naruto. Not necessarily. In the memories before, didn't the 3rd Hokage also say that he was entrusted by the previous empress? It's just a dirty excuse from the superior. Anyway, the previous queen is already dead. Who knows whether she has entrusted her with anything or not? On the contrary, with this excuse, Golden Flash can sneak into this country reasonably without fear of being held accountable by Dustwind Valley. But according to previous speculations, the mastermind behind all this is most likely Feng Ying from Dustwind Valley. This is the Kazekage and the Hokage, plus a centipede. The game between them is terrifying. Too strong. If it weren't for the barrage analysis, I would never have imagined that there are so many twists and turns here. Praise the barrage master. Chapter 23. Help, I know I was wrong. Master practitioner, don't kill me. Within the light curtain, upon seeing Naruto as a cultivator, most of the robbers immediately held their heads and begged for mercy, showing that they were not a real threat. The lights came on, and everyone took off their masks and hoods, revealing the true identity of the attackers. Appearances, they are all civilians, some are old people, some are women, and there are even young children. Naruto looked stunned. Are you residents of Lulin? Why do you do this? The leading woman apologized vigorously to Naruto and began to explain why they kidnapped Sarah. You surrendered so quickly, shouldn't you give it a try now? Those who know the current affairs are heroes. How can ordinary people fight Naruto? Let's go together. Maybe that kid doesn't have enough physical strength to kill them all. A gentleman can bully others, but I don't think that brat can take action against these people. That's pretty much it. He acted fiercely towards Sarah. When he saw Naruto, he immediately apologized and turned so violently that his neck almost broke. They are also desperate, otherwise who would want to offend the queen of their country? According to these people, the reason they kidnapped Sarah was very simple. Our family was forcibly taken away by palace soldiers on orders from Queen Sarah. Naruto frowned slightly, looked at Sarah and asked in a deep voice, are what they said true, Sarah? Sarah's expression changed from confusion to shock. Obviously, she could not accept such an accusation. Oh? My attitude has changed. I thought this brat would protect the queen without any thought. Naruto, this guy, usually looks carefree, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome when he is serious. What's wrong with siding with the queen? Sarah is the target of Naruto's mission, so whatever she does is right. A boring sense of justice will only add unnecessary trouble. Naruto is different from you. He didn't help Sarah because of her status as queen or the requirements of the mission. He saw that Sarah was a victim, so he stood up. So when the positions of the victim and the perpetrator change, Naruto will change his attitude. It sounds like the protagonist in a novel. Is it true? You can tell so much in just one sentence. Don't underestimate ninjas, you bastard. Psychological analysis is a required course for ninjas. True virtue? I see that Naruto on the light screen doesn't look like he can observe his emotions, Omega. In front of you, how can you still express your emotions? If Naruto doesn't know this skill, it must be the roasting ninja's fault, he is unqualified as a teacher. Impossible. Kakashi-senpai is so responsible, it must be Yamato's problem. Maybe Kakashi-senpai died early in the light curtain. Yamato has always been leading this team, so that must be the case. Heron, do you respect Kakashi or hate Kakashi? Kakashi, thank you. Konoha, Kakashi scratched his head, in my words, death should not be dead. But didn't I teach Naruto this in that world? How could I not teach it? Did I really not teach it? On the other side of the room, Yamato remained silent, not sure whether he should speak. He had never led a team before, and he was not sure if it was his fault. In the distance, Naruto's future true master, Jiraiya, looked at Guangmu, poured a sip of wine into his mouth and laughed. Sarah flatly denied it in front of the crowd. You are talking nonsense. I never gave that kind of order. Really? Seeing Sarah's complete denial, as if they were lying, a little girl immediately stood up and objected. Stop lying, my brother and father were taken away by you. The child's name was Sarai, and her family was captured by the palace soldiers. The leading woman took 2 steps forward, then bowed to Naruto and said, Master Practitioner, you must have seen the spectacular parade before. Maybe our family members were arrested to work as coolies in organizing the parade. Hearing this, Sarah immediately retorted. Impossible, this parade was organized by an Lushan. My mother passed away suddenly. All he did was to encourage me and the people who were grieving. This was for the people of Lulan. Sai Lai responded mercilessly, Brother, don't be deceived by this woman. For the people? None of us asked her to do such a thing. Liven Bungbu, my queen. Look at the people in front of you and see if what you said about for the people is true or false. This idea of why not eat minced meat is really disgusting. It would be a good thing for the world if all the nobles died. If you can't stand it anymore, have you formed a team to assassinate the daimyo? What the hell do you want to do? I'm warning you, if you don't like that woman, go kill her. Why are you bringing your anger to the daimyo on our side? What does it mean to hold a parade just to encourage you who are sad? If you are sad today, you will hold a parade in Lulan. If you are sad tomorrow, will you have Sunagakure village to perform a puppet show for you? Here we go again, why does it have to be our Sunagakure village? Because that Beiju Onlishan is from your village, hold it in if you don't accept it. Kill kill kill. If you dare to come to our kingdom of wind, I will kill you all. Sai Lai saw that the blonde cultivator brother was a reasonable person, so she finally couldn't stand the queen's condescending look and mocked, After all, queen, don't you find it strange? Sarah didn't mind the little one. The girl was disrespectful and asked loudly, what's weird? You don't feel it yourself? Even everyone in the civilian gathering place said that Queen Sarah was just a puppet king. One faction? Nonsense! The series of accidents made Sarah a little shaken, and she no longer looked confident as before. Naruto helplessly held his forehead, becoming more and more confused. What is going on? Among the crowd, an older man stood up and explained, We heard that it is over in this country, and the queen has no the ability to manage the country, and the ministers are using dragon veins to make war weapons, so everyone. And mine, the masked brother said the same thing. Naruto paused. My masked brother is okay. When did the 4th Hokage become yours? I'm speechless. Extreme fans really bow their heads. Yondaime-sama is obviously mine. When Naruto faced that man before, his emotions were so complicated. How come you have become an extreme fan again? It turns out that the people in Lulan know that there is a problem with Sarah's situation. I thought that all the people living in this country were fools. After doing this for a long time, the only one who was kept in the dark was the queen herself. Ha ha ha. Even a child knows that she is just a puppet. She is still feeling good about herself and living in Bungbu. Sarah still refused to believe it, and she said angrily, "You are lying. Lulin is going to be finished? Then why did so many people warmly welcome me before?" Sai Lai said coldly, "You are so sentimental. Among the people of Lulin, no one would do that. Don't tell lies with your eyes open." Sarah waved vigorously. She looked around and noticed the cheers outside the window. "Listen, aren't there many people who are cheering for me now? Hey!" No. This time it was Naruto who interrupted Sarah. He pointed to the crowd outside the window. "Sarah, look carefully." Sarah looked in the direction pointed by the young man. "What's there to see?" "There are all outstanding people who support me outside." Naruto didn't answer immediately, and his eyes searched the crowd. Suddenly, the boy's eyes were fixed on the corner, where an inconspicuous crystal table was stored, emitting strange fluctuations to the surroundings. Chapter 24. Finally found. That thing is the culprit that disturbs my perception. Naruto threw 2 daggers with all his strength, hit the target accurately, and destroyed the device in one fell swoop. As the strange fluctuations in the air dissipated, the truth gradually became clear: the texture of inorganic matter, stiff movements, and what the human body cannot have. The splicing traces, those seemingly joyful crowds, are actually just manipulated fakes. That bastard Beiju. What's even more shocking is that Naruto found a doll disguised as Sarah. The other party stood on the terrace, waving to the crowd, as if she was the real queen. Hiss, what kind of underworld operation? This scene has the flavor of a horror story. Ha ha ha, you are sweating now, little girl. Is the puppet technique in Sand Hidden Village used for this? Beiju's thinking is really strange. How scary is this? But if so many puppets attack at the same time, it will really put pressure on the opponent. If the opponent's weapons are all coated with poison, I think it will be a tough battle. Where do you get this fighting maniac? Can't you pay attention to the atmosphere? Imagine that your friends, partners, and relatives are actually puppets controlled by others. They originally lived in harmony, but in the end they discovered that they were the only real human beings. I will find that puppet master and torture him to extract a confession, and make him hand over such a powerful puppetry technique. Okay, this is very ninja. I agree with you. Akatsuki organization, this gang of lawless rebellious ninjas will not be afraid. Deidara turned his head to the right and asked the red sand scorpion with excitement. It looks interesting. Brother Scorpion can also do this. Something. In the base, other people also cast interested glances one after another. But Xiat, who was hiding in Fei Liuhu, just snorted coldly and said without emotion, "It's extremely boring." For him who once manipulated countless puppets to capture an entire country, this kind of thing is not difficult at all. However, the lack of difficulty does not mean that he will do it. He raised his tail spike and pointed directly at the light curtain, his voice cold. Lai Rubing using immortal puppets to imitate mortal creatures is disgusting and blasphemous to art. I'm angry. Indeed, this behavior is not artistic at all. At least a bomb should be installed inside the doll. Deidara nodded in agreement. In the picture, Sarah opened her mouth slightly after witnessing the truth, obviously being greatly shocked. Despite this, she still finds it difficult to accept the reality in front of her. This is a lie. Sarah's voice was weak, her eyes wandering between Naruto, Sai Lai, and the puppet people outside the window. There must be a mistake somewhere, and Lushan would never do such a thing. The girl rushed out of the door excitedly, and her figure quickly disappeared from sight. Is this an emotional breakdown? This woman has a bad mentality. Didn't Naruto even stop him? What is he thinking? Don't tell me that he can't even stop ordinary people. You know nothing, This is called letting the tiger return to the mountain. No, it's called playing hard to get. Even if you stop the woman now, it will only add to a useless quarrel. You should let her go out to suffer first, and then you can have a good conversation. Although what you said makes sense, I think with Naruto's IQ, he would never have thought of that step. Leave Naruto alone. I suddenly made a bold guess. Do you think these so-called residents of Lulin are paid to hire by Konoha? Do you understand again? You know it, bro. I was so smart in Cloud Hidden Village that people gave me nicknames, but it's a pity that Reikage-sama is still testing me, and the tasks assigned to me are all trivial. Tisk tisk tisk, the information is just made up. I don't believe there are such stupid ninjas. Don't refute it yet. Thinking about it carefully, the fourth Hokage had just said that Centipede was a bad guy and the queen did not trust him, and then turned around and a group of victims appeared to speak out. It was a coincidence, wasn't it? And how did these civilians intercept the queen accurately? Naruto didn't arrive faster than them. It must have been the fourth Hokage who provided them with information. Are you annoyed by these conspiracy theories every day? I don't think so. It's just a coincidence. This is so funny, people in Konoha are still washing themselves. Do you really think everyone is a fool? Konoha, Sakura felt a little scared, shrank her shoulders, and said with a trembling voice, "Oh, everyone is so malicious towards us, Konoha." She couldn't help but look at the old Hatake Kakashi and asked Kakashi-sensei, "The Yondaime-sama is your teacher, right? Is what is said on the barrage true?" "This is it." Hatake Kakashi crossed his arms and thought about his words. "Actually, we ninjas often use some unconventional methods when performing tasks. The methods mentioned on the barrage are already very gentle." "Suzuki, so you admit it?" "Don't worry." Kakashi changed the topic. "Although we don't shy away from this kind of practice, Minato-sensei won't do it, and there is no need to do it in that situation. You will know when you do the mission in the future." The silver-haired masked man sighed. "Only when the strength is not enough, you need to use some last resort means." After bidding farewell to the residents of Lulin, Naruto began to look for Sarah everywhere. While walking among the buildings, he heard a familiar song. Dust, wind, and rain come together, and the brilliant sun shines, the flowers dance and scatter, the light inherited on the spiral, the appearance of the severed dragon's hand walking towards the inner court, emerging from the past, the eternal song, the connection. Pay attention. Naruto followed the sound and found Sarah hiding on the stairs. She was leaning against the cold wall, singing the familiar melody in a low voice. "You were singing this song when I first met you." The girl slowly turned her head, and what came into view was the familiar yellow-haired hedgehog-headed boy. "Yo, found you. P.S. The data for the latest chapters is so bad. There have been very few recommendation votes in the past 2 days. Is anyone really reading it? How to put it this way? The author G has read many novels in which the protagonists of the movie-watching body are replaced, so he suddenly had the idea to write a movie-watching body that replaces the power system. Maybe my writing skills are really limited, and everyone thinks my writing is poor. But, if you complain normally, just complain. Please don't attack me personally in private messages and comments. Although the author G is a hot critic and has strong ability to withstand pressure, she is not a pussy. Degree. Chapter 25. Urgent update. In order to increase the friendliness of the barrage environment and the fun of discussion, this update adds a new screen name function. The screen name is automatically generated by the light curtain to ensure that it is suitable for you. Touch the head.gif. Working for the country of fire, why do you have to add that expression and the light curtain in every announcement? I have to say that the mockery is full. The mysterious man of value now. Can you tell who is talking on the barrage? Mysterious value man, what the hell is the mysterious value man? Art is pi daxing. Why don't we let us choose our own online names? I want to call the greatest artist. Have been focusing on leg training for 20 years. Wow, that's Brother Delata in front, it's so easy to recognize, ha ha ha. Flying Potato Deodara, go back to the village and admit your mistake. What's the point of fooling around outside? Your junior sister misses you very much in the village. Focus on leg training for 20 years, hey. Smelly old man, don't fabricate facts that don't exist. Art is pie daxing, stop being so long-winded. Old potato, that place in Uegakure village Ben can't develop art, hey. The update of the online name system has made the barrage much more restrained. After all, ninjas are still used to hiding their own information. At least the discussion environment is indeed much better than before. In the light screen, Sarah raised her head. Naruto, this time, her attitude towards the boy became much gentler. This is a song my mother taught me. When I was young, she always sang it to me before going to bed. Naruto said nothing and kept listening. The role of the author. At An Lushan's suggestion, my mother used the power of dragon veins for national development, which made Lulan rise rapidly and become as prosperous as it is today. So far, things have gone smoothly. The girl paused for a moment and continued. However, a few days ago, before my mother's wish was realized, she suddenly passed away. That's it. Sarah's tone became lower. Well, after my mother left, I hastily ascended the throne as a princess. At that time, only An Lushan was by my side, and there was no one else. Determined to collect 7 ninja swords, the only official in this country is An Lushan? And it was An Lushan who killed the previous queen, right? Sarah didn't find out. Milky Flash, judging from the performance, she found out, but subconsciously I don't want to believe this kind of thing. Determined to collect 7 ninja swords. Sarah, will Mom survive? An Lushan, will she die? I won't say that I understand you. Naruto walked towards the girl and responded, I don't have parents either, but there is a master named Lustful Immortal, which is a bit strange name, haha. The young man's expression was a little bitter, but he also passed away. But I gained something extremely precious from my master, the perseverance to move forward once you make a decision, and the perseverance to never give up. Sarah, your mother must have left you something precious. Precious things, yes. The girl nodded hesitantly. Naruto, then think again about what your mother valued and what she taught you. In this way, you will know what to do next. If you haven't slept yet, sure enough, I said before that the copy ninja in that world has passed away. This time it was confirmed from Naruto's mouth. What is youth? My eternal opponent. After some therapy from Naruto, Sarah finally made up her mind. She stood up with a determined light in her eyes. First, we must find out the real situation in this city. Naruto nodded in support. I will try my best to help you, Sarah. The blood of the Lulan royal family flows in my body, and I have the ability to sense the flow of dragon veins. As long as I follow the source of the power of the dragon veins, I will definitely be able to figure out what happened in Lulan. No problem. The boy responded. Then, Naruto, Sarah and the 2 civilians gathered together again. Sarah led them to a teleportation array and raised her fingers with a complicated expression. Opposite this teleportation array, there should be a transfer node connecting the power of the entire Lulan dragon vein. Naruto looked at Sai Lai beside him and hammered his left chest with one hand. Sai Lai, believe me. Once your family is found, Sarah and I will rescue them. Then he squatted down and touched the little girl's head, so you just wait for me in a safe place, okay? It's a deal. Sai Lai's face showed an excited look. Really? Sarah also bent down, looked directly into the little girl's eyes, and then solemnly promised, in the name of Queen Lulan, I make an agreement with you that I will definitely bring your family back. After saying goodbye to their folks and villagers, Naruto and Sarah walked into the teleportation array. The white light lit up, and the 2 of them instantly appeared in front of a white door. The spatial fluctuations of the teleportation array made Sarah, an ordinary person, feel dizzy. She quickly grabbed Naruto's arm and forced herself to stand. This is the end of the trip, but there is a barrier set by Lushan on the door. Without his permission, we cannot enter. The girl clenched her fists, obviously unwilling. Seeing this, Naruto gave Sarah a thumbs up and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, Sarah, leave the rest to me." "Naruto, is there anything you can do?" Of course, the young man took out a pure white talisman and held it in his mouth. "What I inherited from the lustful immortal is not only the will and spirit. Working for the country of fire. What's the weird name of lustful Sennin? Are you sure Naruto is talking about Kakashi? If you haven't slept yet, I heard that the copy ninja holds a copy of the book and watches it every day. He not lustful? Konoha left door god, I still feel something is wrong. And when I talk about intimacy with heaven, and the title of landful immortal, don't you think of anything? Konoha right door god, really? False? But that kid does know the Rasengan-like technique, and speaking of immortals, that adult also has such a title, and very lustful. The boss of the motorcycle clan would not dream of propellers, so Jiraiya, the Sennin of that world, is dead? How did you die? Mysterious value man, the devil knows. But if it were our world, the battle that could kill the Sennin would either be a very intense war, or Konoha's Jinchuriki went berserk again. Flying potato, it seems. It would be best if all three ninjas died. How could Konoha cultivate 3 cage-level monsters in one team at the same time? How did the third Hokage teach them? Quiba's sequel is far away. How come no one guesses that Jiraiya peeped at a certain time and angered Princess Tsunade? And then he was hammered to death by the angry Tsunade. Konoha Zuman god, serious discussion, don't joke. Tsunade-sama is not that outrageous, and the other Sennin is more suspicious than Tsunade-sama. The false protagonist of Shippuden, ahem, that's more than just big. With the complexity of the relationship between Jiraiya-sama and Orochimaru, that traitor almost had the word murderer written on his face. Chapter 26. Konoha, Hokage's office. Snapped. The pipe in the third Hokage's hand fell to the ground, surprising everyone in the room. The old man was stunned for a moment, then bent down to pick it up. Sure enough, old people can't bear to hear this kind of news. He looked at the sky outside the window and sighed softly. Jiraiya. In the rain-hidden village, Conan's paper clone monitors others at the base, while the main body remains in Nagato's hiding place. After seeing the discussion on the light screen, she was shocked and said, "Nagato, Jiraiya-sensei, he." "No need to say more, Zionin." The skinny red-haired young man shook his head and reached out to touch the reincarnation eyes in his eyes. "I will never forget Yahiko's death, and the same is true of Jiraiya-sensei's death. They will all become my motivation to cut off the chain of hatred." At the sound ninja base, Orochimaru licked his pale lips. Jiraiya in the light curtain world died, could it be him? After killing Jiraiya, what kind of feelings will he have? At the wine table, Shizuan said subconsciously, "Tsunade-sama. There must be some misunderstanding here. Tsunade-sama has lost her lover and brother. If Jiraiya-sama dies again..." Her brain was racing, trying to convince her master to believe in her. On the other side of the table, sensing Shizuan's worry, Tsunade reluctantly nodded. "It's okay, Shizuan. We are all so old, and we might die when, so we should have fun in time. Haha, drink and drink." In Tangzi country, Jiraiya was slightly stunned when he saw the news of his death. But then he smiled boldly. "It seems that my story ends there. I don't know whether I have found the Son of Prophecy and whether I have recovered Orochimaru." Thinking about the Son of Prophecy, he suddenly realized that Naruto on the light screen said that he was his disciple. Naruto, Minato's son. Well, maybe it's time for me to go back to Konoha. In the picture, Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated, and the fighting energy in his body began to flow, resonating with the mantra on the talisman. The barrier began to fluctuate under the influence of the talisman, like ripples on the water, gradually spreading. "Break!" The young man opened his eyes suddenly and shouted. Following his voice, the light on the talisman reached its peak, and the barrier made a slight cracking sound, then shattered like glass and dissipated in the air. Okay, the barrier has been opened, let's go in, Naruto said to Sarah with a smile. The two pushed open the door forcefully, and the scene behind the door shocked them. Under the dim light, they saw a group of ragged, skinny people, their hands and feet bound by heavy shackles, with despair and exhaustion in their eyes. These people were forced to mutter to a device in front of them under the supervision of the machine dolls, and machine dolls similar to those outside were being produced in a steady stream. That is, war weapons, Sarah was finally convinced. I feel the reluctance of Dragon Vein. And Lushan is using the resentment of Lulan people to influence Dragon Vein. So what should we do? Naruto asked. He must be stopped. Sarah replied firmly, with unquestionable determination shining in her eyes. The girl relied on her connection with the dragon's veins, and her perception wandered through the underground space. Finally, her eyes locked on an altar-like place in a corner. She pointed to that direction, and whispered, Naruto, please. Please take me there quickly. I can use the power of dragon veins to stop this device. Receive. Naruto leaned down without hesitation and hugged Sarah horizontally. Hold on. Naruto hugged Sarah and relied on his own skills. The two of them carefully avoided possible surveillance and finally arrived at that place. The altar was surprisingly similar to the appearance of the ceiling circle in Naruto's memory. In the center of the altar it was a bulge that resembled an eyeball. Sarah asked Naruto to step back. She walked to the center of the altar alone, knelt down, and began to recite a spell. Essence of dragon veins, spirit of heaven and earth, in the name of Queen Lulan, I implore you to calm down your rage, release your shackles, and grant freedom to the people of Lulan. May your power return to nature, may your majesty no longer bind people's hearts. As she prayed, the eyeball-like protrusion slowly closed its eyelid, and then the entire altar began to disappear, as if it had never existed. Future flower shop owner, how come Naruto always carries people in a princess hug? It makes me a little shy. Who did you learn this from? Look less beautiful Uchiha, this guy is a natural, are you stupid? He paid 2,000 yuan first. Ha ha ha. This kid has the same style as me. The future flower shop owner said, hey? The future master is Kakashi-sensei or Sunan Jiraiya-sama, which one are you? In the Hokage's office, Sakura smiled softly and teased Naruto, you will become quite good at flirting with girls in the future. Well, it's true that people can't be judged by their appearance. Ah? Naruto looked confused, what do you mean? He obviously didn't realize the possible ambiguous meaning of that action. Looking at Naruto's clear, innocent eyes, Sakura's original intention to tease him suddenly dissipated. She sighed helplessly, said, oh, why are you so stupid? Speaking of which, the person who just spoke on the barrage should be Ino, right? Sakura recognized her identity from her online name and speaking style. Does that guy have such a good opinion of Naruto? In the picture, Sarah's action was successful. However, the enemy's reaction was unusually quick. Just when Sarah cut off the energy of the dragon vein, an Lushan appeared from above. Your Majesty the Queen, you are a wealthy person, how could you come to such a dirty place? His tone was calm and threatening. Sarah shouted in a low voice in Lushan. Hearing this, Naruto put on a defensive posture. Sarah, that guy is in Lushan. The visitor was wearing a long robe and bowed slightly to Naruto and Sarah, showing a calm demeanor. Perhaps because his life had been more prosperous in the past 6 years, and Lushan was much fatter than Beiju, so Naruto did not recognize him immediately. Sarah responded sternly, I have stopped the flow of dragon veins. And Lushan, I will never allow this power to be used in war. But the other party just looked at her calmly, as if he didn't care about her anger and determination. Your Majesty, your thoughts are too naive. And Lushan slowly walked down the steps. Since you are with the yellow-haired boy over there, it means you already know that I am a person from the future, right? Sarah, so what, what do you want to say? In Lushan, it seems that the brat has concealed important information from you. Chapter 27. Sarah: what do you want to say? During the tense confrontation, Lushan's words penetrated Sarah's mind like a sharp blade. He shook his head and sighed, and there was no doubt in his tone Lulan will be destroyed in the future. And what will destroy Lulan is a war that sweeps the entire continent. Sarah was silent. She could not refute Lushan's words, because Naruto has revealed Lulan's future fate to her. In war, either you die or I die. Only by using the power of dragon veins to create weapons and strike first can we avoid Lulan's fate. The more Lushan talked, the more excited he became, as if he was a savior sent by God. Mysterious value man by analogy with us, what he said should be, the third ninja war. The unfounded lollipop hiss, I actually think what he said makes sense. If he is someone who has experienced 3 wars, is it normal for him to want to develop weapons at that time? Kirigakuru's prodigy asked, does Sarah think this is a bad thing? She had regrets when the Third War broke out. Maybe Lulan was affected and destroyed during the Third War because she was too weak. Qianbon Ramen He. Don't be deceived by Baiziu. He makes weapons not for self-protection, but for world domination. In the screen, Naruto shouted worriedly, Sarah. No problem, Naruto. Although Sarah was shaken, she was not so easily deceived after being treated by Naruto. She instantly grasped the key to the problem, looked directly at Lushan and asked, maybe what you said is the truth, but... Lushan, are you really making weapons to protect Lulan? Oh? Lushan smiled, seemingly surprised by Sarah's insight. You already know so much. There is no need to say what the truth is. Lushan's attitude has said everything. He issued an ultimatum: I will give you one last chance. Come to me, Sarah. You can still be your queen, and I can still be your minister. Lulan can even become the strongest country on this continent. What's so bad about this future? Lulan like that is not the country that my mother expected at all. Sarah responded firmly, her gaze as sharp as an ice blade sweeping over Onlu Mountain. I give this order in the name of Queen Lulan. Stop the development of war weapons immediately and release the people you captured. Ha 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 ha. You still don't understand the current situation, my queen. Lushan stood up suddenly, leaned forward, clenched his fingers into fists, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Anyway, my war legion is almost completed. Since you are so ignorant, I can't let you live. Down. Annihilate them for me. The magic machine and the hundreds of tricks, the army of disaster insects. As Lushan's order was issued, individuals named death insects appeared from all directions. They were like evil spirits crawling out of the abyss, and their appearance was chilling. These dolls made by the power of dragon veins has an insect-like appearance. The body is covered with a hard carapace, shining with a metallic luster, the limbs are slender and sharp, and the joints have obvious chimeric structures, as if their existence can burst out with amazing power at any time. Like the messenger of death, it foreshadows the coming disaster. Facing such an enemy, Naruto instantly knew that the next step would be a hard battle. Sarah, take those people and escape to a safe place first. He asked Sarah to lead the detained people to escape first, while he stayed to fight against Lushan's war legion. Dream Master Oh! Such a number of puppets is really astonishing. Beiju must have used some extra means to maintain control. I wonder how it compares to the Crimson Sand Scorpion that conquered a country. Eternity is art a disaster insect? From the production point of view, it is quite sophisticated, but its combat capability as a weapon remains to be discussed. Determined to collect 7 ninja swords, Naruto, there must be something wrong with this guy's brain. He must be an idiot. Facing such an enemy, what's the point of being the queen? Die for your friends? It makes absolutely no sense. Future flower shop owner, come on Naruto. So handsome. In the picture, Naruto faced a large number of disaster insect troops alone, and his figure seemed extremely small among the many enemies. The movements of these dolls were uniform, and they themselves were lifeless machines. They attacked continuously and did not give Naruto any chance to breathe. Hateful, it's endless. Sarah! Run quickly and tell the blonde brother you met before what happened here. Naruto covered Sarah while trying his best to dodge and counterattack. But the disaster insects seemed endless, his physical strength gradually depleted, and his movements began to become sluggish. And Sarah did not hold back at the critical moment. The kind of you in the movie The Foolish Plot of I Won't Leave Either did not appear. Her actions were quick and decisive. Although her heart was still filled with pain, she did not let the pain hinder her. Sarah knew that only when she was safe could Naruto have no worries. Fighting on the battlefield, and asking for help from the blonde man before was also a top priority. At this moment, Lushan spoke slowly, his voice echoing on the battlefield, revealing a not-so-shocking truth. Sarah, do you think your mother is really real? Did he die in an accident? Sarah was shocked when she heard this. Her eyes turned to Lushan uncontrollably, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep sorrow. No, impossible, the girl's voice trembled, and her body began to shake, forcing herself to stand firm. Lushan continued, the previous queen, your mother was really a cunning woman. She saw through my true purpose very early and refused to cooperate with me. He did not continue, but the meaning was already very clear. He was the man behind the death of the previous queen. It's you who made my mother. And compared to that woman, you are a pretty good puppet, ha 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 ha. When Sarah was so grief-stricken by the truth about her mother that she could hardly move, Lushan took the opportunity to activate the switch of the hidden weapon. Several poisoned flying knives pointed directly at Sarah's vitals with a sharp whistling sound. At this critical moment of life and death, powerful blood-red fighting energy surged out of Naruto's body. Stop! He concentrated and grabbed it from the air. The powerful wave deflected the direction of the flying knife. The flying knife passed through Sarah's body and landed on the ground with a crisp sound. Naruto did not stop, and his movements were like the autumn wind, sweeping as quick and decisive as falling leaves. The enemies around him were as fragile as pieces of paper in front of him at this moment. The disaster bugs that were originally almost invulnerable were now easily shattered by Naruto's punch. Sarah! Now is not the time to cry. Naruto shouted loudly, you have to do what you should do. And let me beat this guy away for you. Lord Raikage's right arm. So, can anyone help me explain why Beja told Sarah the truth about the previous queen? What's the point? If you haven't slept yet, you want to break that woman's will? Although compared to doing this, it would be more practical to directly send puppets to attack secretly. Chapter 28. Future flower shop owner handsome, handsome, handsome. How did Naruto in the parallel world become so charming? Thinking back to that guy from the ninja school, this makes me feel like I bought a fake. Kiri, the hidden prodigy in front of you, are you the same generation as that kid? Then you go and remind him to be careful in the future. As the protagonist of the light screen video, I believe that many people in the ninja world are staring at him now. Determined to collect 7 ninja swords. This name, you are, brother? Kirigakure's prodigy. Oh! Water Moon? Although there are many things I want to ask, first of all, sorry, I left you alone over there. Although Naruto's angry outburst broke the siege of the disaster insects, the situation still did not improve. Even though Sarah said to cheer up countless times, her body refused to obey her orders and she was unable to concentrate on the battle in front of her. Bastard centipede! Naruto's anger was like a volcano erupting, and his voice was full of hostility towards Centipede. The boy rushed towards the culprit like an escaped beast. The disaster insects along the way were like fragile sawdust in the face of his powerful power, and were easily killed. Smash! Brat! Don't call me by that weak name, I am His Majesty in Lushan now. Regardless of continuing to attack Sarah, facing the threat in front of him, Beja's facial expression was distorted, and his hands were frantically clasping, God level by CAO, infinite worm. Nuclear extermination. Thousands of weapon ghosts. Break the car. Bomb the elephant. Come out here, you all. As the spell was recited, various man-made weapons were summoned. Each one had a different form, and each one had special abilities. Together, they tried to block Naruto's progress. However, Naruto facing Beiju's army of man-made weapons, he did not flinch at all. Fighting energy boiled in his body, and every attack was full of destructive power. His fists were as hard as steel, and every swing was accompanied by the sound of broken dolls. Beiju, your conspiracy ends here. Naruto roared loudly, his voice echoing on the battlefield, full of unshakable determination. Crossing the entire altar, killing countless puppets, the blonde boy's unreserved punch finally hit Beiju's face hard. Boom! Beiju was directly knocked away by Naruto's destructive blow, his body drew an arc in the air, and finally hit the rock wall in the distance heavily. The rock wall dented due to the huge impact, forming a huge crater. At the same time, the artificial weapons in the field also lost power. Those dolls that used to have sparkling eyes and move freely are now motionless, as if they have lost any sign of life. Is it over? Naruto stood on the spot, breathing heavily, with victory shining in his eyes. According to his estimation, this blow was enough to make Beiju lose his ability to fight. Ordinary people in the ninja world, hey, so good battle. Until there is no false world, this little guy's strength suddenly increased a lot. Did he use some secret technique? I can see that the color of his fighting spirit has changed. The cherry blossoms are about to bloom, so, will you win? Don't ignore me. Judging from the atmosphere, it doesn't seem like it's over. If you want to ask why, this is what the insect's intuition tells me. Ahem, do you think you can win me? Idiot! A familiar deep voice sounded from the rock wall. After being severely injured by Naruto, Beiju still supported himself tenaciously and pulled his body out of the rock with one arm. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. I am immortal. Zhangjiang's laughter echoed on the battlefield, full of arrogance and confidence. As the purple gold light lit up, Beiju's wounds healed quickly, and after a while, he regained his vitality, as if he had never been injured. Naruto, after seeing the enemy's changes clearly, he paused. He couldn't believe that Beiju could recover so quickly after being attacked like that. Impossible. In that case. No. Totally possible. Hibaizu interrupted Naruto's questioning. His body changed again, becoming even larger and more terrifying. Open your eyes wide and see, this is the ultimate body that I have tempered so far. God level by CAO. Final form. The final decisive battle weapon. The enemy's body gradually expanded in front of Naruto's eyes. The muscles were covered in purple gold light and became extremely large. There seemed to be some kind of mechanical structure crawling under the skin, making a low buzzing sound. As Beiju roared, the limbs began to deform, and sharp blades protruded from the joints, flashing with cold light, the back bulged, and a pair of wings made of a mixture of metal and biological tissue slowly unfolded. Each feather was a set of sharp blades, exuding death. The breath. His head also changed drastically, his face became distorted, and his eyes turned into two glowing searchlights. His mouth opened, revealing a huge muzzle filled with energy that was about to explode. What's going on with this monster? Look! Naruto was horrified. The centipede in front of him was no longer human. The centipede that turned into a decisive battle weapon slowly raised its forelimbs, and a huge blade popped out from the tip. The cold light flashed, making people shudder. Brat! You and that good-for-nothing woman, just let me defeat you here. A low roar echoed on the battlefield, and a huge blast of wind/sword energy was swept out by him. The final decisive weapon, the frantic wind/sword. The question was the demigod. This Beiju is a bit interesting. It has such a strong recovery ability. How does it compare with the first generation Hokage? Do you want to dance too? Humph, you clown, how can the light of fireflies compete with the bright moon? He received 1,000 punches in front of the Buddha and said, ha ha ha, that's a very powerful ability. There will be so many talents in the future. At the Xia organization base, Deodara opened his eyes wide. Brother Scorpion, this guy also made his body into a puppet. What do you think? Red Sand Scorpion commented calmly, the concept is good, but the design has no sense of beauty and is not artistic enough. Although he said this, in fact he was a little attracted to Lulin's dragon vein, which seemed to help him complete his eternal art. P.S. Due to the nature of my work, I am sometimes free during the day and sometimes not, so from now on, the 2 chapters every day should be updated together in the evening, so you don't have to wait during the day. Don't ask me what the specific job is. I'm a little embarrassed to say it, but the time is very flexible and I am not tired, so I have time to write books and fighting Naruto. The original Beiju is a clown. So he added some elements. Speaking of the names of the puppets of the god level by CAO, does anyone recognize the origin? They are the youth of the author G. Chapter 29. Facing the incoming slash, Naruto tightly grasped the demon-breaking sword and fought fiercely against the giant mechanical body of the centipede. Although he had the blessing of special power, every collision made him feel unprecedented pressure, and his body was shaken and hurt in the confrontation, as if it was about to fall apart. The centipede became more and more crazy as it fought, and even if it was injured, it could recover quickly. Ah! Die under my wildest and most domineering ultimate power. The final wind-cutting sword. The final stunning palm. The final Tianwu kick. The ultimate blasting punch. Facing this continuous offensive, Naruto could only grit his teeth and hold on. Even if the weapon was equipped with demon-breaking fire, his attacks still had little effect. Beiju seemed to have targeted this aspect. It's not good, if it continues like this. Naruto felt that his physical strength was rapidly disappearing, so he picked up Sarah, changed the momentum of head-on confrontation, and rolled around under Beiju's heavy attacks. The figure streaked across the battlefield, like fallen leaves in the wind, swaying uncertainly. However, fate seems not to let them go. After a few rounds, Naruto and Sarah were forced into a blind corner, surrounded by cliffs, with no way out. The centipede transformed into a war weapon is like a moving mountain, slowly approaching, and the huge blade reflects the light of death in the sun, making people shudder. Farewell, decisive battle weapon, full power unleashed. The ultimate blasting punch. The heavy punch that heralded death struck the two of them like a meteorite. It was extremely fast and carried a destructive force. Naruto tried to move his body, but the pain of his leg injury made his movements slow. The fist was Naruto's vision grew larger and larger, and he could almost feel the cold air emanating from the metal surface. The surrounding air became distorted due to the huge impact, and the boy's body instinctively made a defensive posture. In his current state, such defense cannot withstand a fatal blow. It's all about to end, right now. A familiar voice sounded on the battlefield. Am I late? Naruto felt a close wave of fighting spirit, and the dagger he carried suddenly lit up. The two figures disappeared in an instant, and appeared outside the altar the next moment. At the same time, explosions sounded one after another around the altar. The scene was chaotic. In front of Naruto and Sarah, the blonde rescuer looked at the confused two people, a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Well done, Naruto. Brother Ching Shui. What is youth? It's coming, it's coming. It's Yondaime-sama. Woohoo, I was saved by Yondaime-sama like this back then. Raikage right arm. I didn't expect that as a ninja from a hostile village, I could experience such a sense of peace of mind. It's really amazing. Senbon Ramen, I'm saved, I'm sure to win. Kamui couldn't hide his tears. Humph. You can make it this time, is it just because of that kid's identity? Kianbon Ramen, you little brat. Stop being so rude to Yondaime-sama. Inside the altar, a silver-haired boy was seen quickly moving between buildings, avoiding the puppet army, and pasting red talismans on key positions of the formation. Well done, UXI. If this amplification formation is destroyed, Beija will not be able to control a huge number of disaster insects. Minato sent a message to his proud disciple. His satisfaction was beyond words. Then, he turned to look at Naruto and said, "Send Her Majesty the Queen out now, and leave this place to us." Naruto nodded firmly, but then made his decision. He only let Sarah lead the people to go first, while he pointed a single finger between his eyebrows and separated an incarnation. Just now, under the threat of the Death Insect Legion, the effect that the incarnation can have is limited, but the situation is different now. The two Narutos stretched out their hands and started to perform moves. Their hearts were connected and their movements were synchronized, and with their gestures, powerful energy fluctuated between them. Opposite the altar, Beija made a hoarse voice and turned his monster-like head. "You bitch! If you care about that woman so much, I will kill her first!" He roared, and his huge body flew into the air. Centipede turned into a decisive weapon and chased after Sarah. Seeing this, Naruto's heart tightened, and he must not let Centipede succeed. The boy jumped high, his body in the air drawing an arc. The move in his hand hit Beija's eyes hard. "Stop dreaming, try my best move. Spiral light dance. It's useless, it's useless, it's useless. Your strength is simply not as good as, Before Beija could finish his words, a blue ball of light spiraled him out and landed in a hole on the ground. Naruto flipped his body lightly in the air and landed firmly on the ground. He waved his hand and said, "This move is not a brute force attack in one direction." While Beija was being repelled, Sarah took the opportunity to successfully carry the victim with him. Imprisoned people escape. After the smoke cleared, Naruto, Minato and the others came to Beija cautiously. Seeing that he still reacted, Naruto was not surprised at all. Is that really the case? Centipede insects are dead but not stiff, so don't let down your guard. Minato warned on the side. In the pit, the broken body began to be spliced and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. New cracks appeared on the metal-like skin, and a more dazzling purple-gold light emerged from it. The mechanical joints made a low sound as they rotated. The sound. Beija's body gradually rose from the ground, suspended in the air, its eyes flashing red. "This pain, ha ha ha. That's right. Now more than ever, I can realize the fact that I am alive." Frantic words echoed on the battlefield. Determined to collect 7 ninja swords high, can Beija's posture be infinitely resurrected? Is this a hammer? Pack your things and run away. The truth is still on the telephone pole. Any technique has weaknesses, and nothing is perfect. Professional leg trainer for 20 years. I have a question. Suppose any other puppet master gets the dragon vein, can the other party do the same thing? The boss of the motorcycle family will not dream of propellers. Hey, the possibility is not zero. Even if there are differences between the light curtain world and our world, since this possibility exists, then the guys in Tsunagakure village must be restricted, unless you want to experience 3 wars again. In Uegakure village, Kurotsuka was kicked off her desk by Onaki. She sat on the chair boredly, kicking her legs casually. Suddenly, the girl's eyes turned to the taciturn Lois. "Hello. Dad, was the Third Ninja War really as cruel as the barrage said?" Chapter 30. Hearing this question, Huang Tu's expression became serious. During the Third War, if you don't attack others, others will attack you. If you are not strong enough, then only the people you cherish will be sacrificed. Kitu, he added honestly on the side. So Xiao Haitu, what Beija said before is not completely unreasonable. Kurotsuka nodded as if he understood, and then guessed, with that crazy attitude, maybe he lost important people during the Third War, so he wanted to travel through time and change the past. Upon hearing this, Onaki flew over and punched someone heavily. He knocked Kurotsuki on the head. His rich experience prevented him from being easily fooled by appearances. Who has never lost someone important? There are many people who have lost loved ones and friends in the war. He wants to change history and save the lives of those people, but we may have to pay greater sacrifices. This stubborn old man has his own opinion on this matter. This future is the best result achieved by the joint efforts of us and those who have passed away. Trying to change the past is not only disrespectful to the deceased, but also a denial of our efforts. Facing the fierce offensive of Centipede, Naruto went all out, separated into several incarnations, and moved quickly on the battlefield. However, the body of the final decisive battle weapon is still so indestructible, and the prepared Beiju will not be hit by the same moves again. After all, the pair of wings on his back are more than just pretty. The boy's attack was easily thrown away, his body rolled in the air and landed heavily on the ground. Upon seeing this, Minato immediately gave an order to his teammates Ding Zhao. The burly Ding Zhao was like a moving mountain, his steps were heavy and powerful, and each step made the ground shake slightly. He rushed to the center of the battlefield and shouted, "Leave it to me." The unique skill inherited from his family was displayed, and one of his arms rapidly expanded and became larger. The muscles were as hard as steel, and the size of his arm instantly exceeded multiple times of normal people. The fist was like a huge hammer, slamming towards Beiju's body with thunderous force. Beiju's mechanical giant looked extremely small under Ding Zhou's fist. His body was instantly knocked away, and sparks flew from the outer shell during the impact. Not enough. Hibaizu did not fall down. He let out a deafening roar, activated his core again, and tried to fight back. Minato's highway. His highway was already ready. With a wave of his hands, countless tiny insect swarms quickly gathered into a black ocean like black sandstorms. The water world insect, the source of corrosion. Following Highway's order, the insects swarmed toward Beiju like a black tide, quickly covering his entire body. The mechanism began to malfunction under the erosion of the insect swarms, and the joints made harsh friction sounds. In the end, Beiju could not maintain his strength. Balanced, it fell downwards with a deafening sound. Highway, did it succeed? Hee hee, ha 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 ha. However, Beiju came to life again. Konoha hidden sect? Insect operator? The Jin God clan? Everyone who rides on the horse is rubbish. The mechanical heart is still beating, and the power of the dragon vein is boiling in his body. And every resurrection will increase his strength tenfold or even 100-fold. The frantic arms and legs left deep marks on the ground, and the mechanical arms, the waving was accompanied by gusts of wind, and every step made the ground shake, as if the whole world was being trampled under its feet. Come, 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 come. Dirty thing! Inferior creatures! Let them all die under my ultimate power. The art of 3 rooms and 1 hall. The head and heart can be restored even if they are broken. Is this guy still a human being? How can we defeat him? Serving the country of fire, this is already immortal. In response to this issue on the barrage, everyone in the ninja world has their own opinion. Uchiha Itachi thought of his 10-fist sword. Perhaps sealing is the best way to deal with immortal enemies. It's a pity that there is no such thing as this. I have fought many types of enemies to the death, and I don't know if the seal of the 10-fist sword can work. After countless times of fragmentation and reorganization, Centipede's appearance has undergone astonishing changes, from an insect-like form to a solemn statue of a god. The sound of fighting attracted the prisoners' families, who gathered excitedly and hugged each other tightly with the joy of reunion. Sai Lai thanked Sarah excitedly. Thank you. Her Majesty Sarah has kept her promise. However, the good times did not last long, and the battle between Beiju and Naruto and his party broke through the ground. The appearance of the former made Sarah's face instantly turn pale, and she hurriedly issued a warning to the crowd. Everyone, listen to me, this is very dangerous, leave with me quickly. The trust built up by rescuing people made people willing to follow her to escape towards the ancient pagoda on the edge of Lulan. In order to cover the evacuation of the crowd, Naruto stood up and challenged Beiju. Bastard Beiju, your opponent is me. Welcome. Annoying dog breed. Die. Mobizu roared, and the abundant strength in his body made his confidence expand like never before. Minato helped Naruto block the incoming attack and said calmly, don't be impulsive. Nowadays, one has to either crack the trick of his resurrection, or use a seal to restrict his movements. Having said that, with the opponent's current strength and mobility, the difficulty of sealing is no less than the previous method. After several rounds of fighting, Hyakuzu almost killed Naruto several times, but was resolved one by the well-prepared Minato. During an attack, Centipede's huge body suddenly changed its direction and flew in the direction of Sarah. This sudden change shocked everyone present. That Centipede guy. He said he was going to fight to the death here, but why did he go after Sarah again? Naruto looked anxious. Minato appeared next to Naruto in an instant, frowned and said to the boy, there must be some special reason. The combat goal has changed. Now go and protect Sarah. Naruto tisk. Damn it, isn't your strength still enough? Princess Byakugan. Naruto-kun, you have done everything you should do, and you have never backed down or given up. You are already great. Future flower shop owner, that's right. After all, fighting to this extent for that woman, you have already exhausted all your kindness and righteousness. Guardian of genius, so why did Beiju go after Sarah again? Is his hatred for the little queen so high? Do you want to dance too? I thought the momentum was good, but it turned out that, snort. Turns out he is a clown without a strong heart. In Konoha, after Hinata Niji sent out a barrage, he stared blankly at his screen name. Genius? Does the light curtain also think that I am a genius? But the fate of the caged bird. Chapter 31. Naruto, can you please protect Sarah for a while longer? In order to find Beiju's weakness, I needed to confirm a few things. Minato looked at Naruto, his tone full of seriousness and trust. Naruto nodded, his eyes firm. You don't need to tell me, brother, I will do the same. He treated the wound hastily, then quickly stood up and chased in the direction of Beiju. At the same time, Sarah and her team were all ordinary people, but they couldn't outrun Centipede, who transformed into a humanoid weapon, and were overtaken. Fortunately, they and these Lulan people have entered the protection range of the ancient pagoda. The girl tried her best to comfort everyone. Don't worry, everyone, if you are here, the puppets controlled by the enemy cannot get in. However, she thought that Beta could not get close to the ancient tower, so they could safely judge, which was soon proved it is wrong. Through the skylight at the top of the tower, Beiju's huge figure was clearly visible. He sneered, too naive. Although due to the restrictions of the ancient tower, approaching his body in the form of a humanoid weapon would have unfavorable consequences, but several rays of light popped up from the core of the body, and these energy lines were not blocked by the guardian force. The long thread quickly wrapped around Sarah, and in this way Centipede took control of her, ordering it to strangle her own neck. Sarah struggled, but there was a huge disparity in strength, and her breathing gradually became difficult. If you haven't slept yet, it has the aesthetic feeling of taking off your pants and farting. Why does he insist on manipulating others to strangle himself to death? Venom bubble, maybe it's to show his strength, or to let Sarah slowly experience the feeling of despair. But I think if you pinch yourself halfway, you will suffocate and fall into coma. You can't pinch yourself to death, right? The boss of the motorcycle clan will not dream of propellers. Humph. Rosa comes out to speak. Are all the puppet masters in your village this kind of retarded? Sai Lai rushed towards Sarah desperately, trying to break away the girl's hand from her neck. But Beiju controlled Sarah's other hand and punched her away. The girl fell heavily to the ground, moaning in pain. Sarah, you are a stupid and incompetent puppet. But now, your mission is over, just go and die. Beiju mocked Sarah mercilessly, her tone full of contempt for her. No. Of doll, mother, grown-ups. The girl's voice became weak and intermittent due to the oppression of breathing. At this critical moment, Naruto arrived in time. Break! He waved the demon-breaking knife and accurately cut off Beiju's energy line controlling Sarah. The moment the long line broke, Sarah felt a force being released from her body, and she was finally able to breathe freely. Naruto accurately caught Sarah, who fell backwards. The girl lay weakly in his arms, coughing violently. "You are definitely not a puppet now," Naruto said while handing his demon-breaking knife to Sarah. "You have inherited your mother's will and are respected by your people, Queen Lulin." The girl was startled for a moment, then stretched out her hands and took the weapon handed over by Naruto. "Going to fuck, Sarah." After saying that, Naruto hit his chest with the fists of his arms, and powerful fighting spirit burst out immediately, and he turned around and rushed towards Beiju. Beiju roared, "You bitch! Time and time again, you ruin my good deeds. Today, I will kill you here 10,000 times." Facing the fierce fire from Beiju, Naruto nimbly dodged. The boy raised the spiral light wheel in his hand and rushed towards the giant enemy. However, Beiju always seemed to be able to counterattack at the critical moment, knocking Naruto to the ground. Vomiting blood. Looking at the boy who still refused to give up in the face of difficulties, like an unquenchable light, Sarah finally found strength again from despair and remembered the song her mother taught her. "My mother once said that if one day the power of dragon veins is abused, she will use this song too. Sorry, I'm late." At this moment, Minato rushed to the battlefield with Dingjian's highway. They landed in front of Sarah, and Minato quickly explained, "We have investigated clearly. Beiju stole part of the core origin of the dragon vein and placed it in the consciousness. A teleportation circuit is built in the sea, and the power of the dragon veins is the source of his infinite regeneration." Seeing this, Sarah said firmly, "In order to protect the people of Lulin and to protect Naruto, I can cut off the source of the dragon's veins." Naruto vomited a mouthful of blood again. After hearing Sarah's words, he suddenly realized. Ahem, is that why Beiju always wanted to kill Sarah? He finally understood why Beiju was so obsessed with Sarah's life. Sarah held the key to controlling the dragon's veins. If she could cut off the dragon's veins, Beiju's power would be greatly weakened, and she might even be completely defeated. The guy was talking. "If you are lawless, you are actually very worried about your own weaknesses. Hard work can surpass genius great. In this case, the monster must not be able to be resurrected indefinitely." Rai Ying's right arm, so if he didn't have an accident when he fell from the building, but simply hacked Sarah to death with one knife, wouldn't he have no weakness now? Determined to collect 7 ninja swords, it makes sense, if you think about it carefully. If you remove the aspect of immortality, Beiju will not feel oppressive at all. The number of casualties he has caused so far is still 0. Milk Flash, is there a possibility that if I go out to take on a security mission, I will kill more people than Beiju? Really not cool at all. Watermelon Mountain in the rain is expected of someone who has experienced the cruel Third Ninja War. Beiju, you are so kind. Ha 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 ha. Sarah led the civilians to run along the spiral staircase to the top of the ancient tower. She knew that there was a place where the power of the dragon vein would not go wild, a place where Beiju's power could be weakened, and where? The place where she and Naruto first met. Beiju launched a frenzied attack without reservation. "I won't let you succeed. There should be no weakness in my ultimate power." He had only one goal, to stop Sarah. Naruto, Minato, and his team knew that this was a critical moment and they must go all out. Dingzuo and Shimai stopped in front of Beiju. "Let's talk about that after we defeat us." Mingja insect, Mingja calling dragon. Highway took off his hood, and the insect swarm turned into several black dragons under his control, wrapping around Beiju flexibly. "Feel the horror of the Ming realm, monster, you are finished." The voice under the sunglasses was full of confidence and determination. "Li Mingjipi." The aura of the Ming realm covered the sky, and the insect dragons in the darkness were like messengers from the valley, biting apart Beiju's body. Chapter 32. Even after receiving such a violent attack, Beiju's body began to regenerate again. Highway's eyes under his sunglasses were fixed on the swarm of insects. Although the enemy was powerful, he had already seen through their tactics. Don't even think about doing the same trick again. Dark World Insect Snake Rain. The originally clear sky suddenly became dim and covered with dark clouds, as if the entire sky was shrouded in a layer of ominous darkness. The aura of Mingja spread like a thick fog in the sky, giving people a feeling of depression and fear. In the dark clouds, countless black insect-shaped objects began to gather. They were as dense as raindrops, falling from the sky, each one carrying powerful destructive power. Li Mingja Pai has transformed a site with a radius of 1 kilometer. With the blessing of the origin aura, the speed of Mingja insect erosion is faster than the speed of your resurrection. And on the battlefield, it was exactly as he said, the purple gold light was gradually covered by the black insect swarm, and Beiju's regeneration ability was completely suppressed by the Mingja insect swarm. The huge body began to collapse, and pieces of eroded fragments emerged from it. Falling off the body. I'll leave it to you from now on, Dingzuo. Highway's voice was full of trust. Give it to me. Spirits and gods are unified. Dingzuo nodded, the bloodline of the spiritual god clan was instantly activated, and a dark yellow light lit up on him. His figure expanded rapidly in the air, his muscles became as hard as steel, and mysterious runes flashed on his skin. His height it continued to grow until it became like a hill, and its huge body cast a shadow on the battlefield. Dingzuo's voice was low and powerful. This is the power of the earth spirit god, Pai Di, that our clan has worshipped for generations. The fist suddenly swung out, hitting Beiju with a thunderous force. The force of this blow was so great that the air was compressed. As Dingzuo's fist swung out, a thunderous roar sounded in the space. His attack not only contains powerful physical impact, but also carries the sealing power of the earth spirit god. Beiju, damn it! When Dingzuo's fist hit Beiju, the sealing runes belonging to the earth spirit seemed to come alive. They detached from the fist and quickly spread to Beiju's body. These runes were like chains, locking Beiju's power. Beiju tried to struggle, but the power of the seal was too strong, and his movements became slower and slower, and finally stopped completely. Konoha, Akimichi Tingza, and Abarame Shiwei attracted everyone's attention due to their outstanding performance on the light screen. Naruto looked at them, eyes flashing with excitement. Awesome, two uncles. When Sakura heard Naruto's praise, she immediately reminded him, Naruto, that's so rude. These two guys are so different. He is the father of Koji and Shino. She knew that Naruto might not know much about the family relationships in Konoha village, so she explained to him patiently. Sakura and Ino have always had a good relationship, and Ino's Yamanaka clan has close ties with the Akimichi clan, so she has heard about the Akimichi family. After Naruto heard what Sakura said, he became even more excited. Oh! As expected of Koji's father. Then when I grow up on the light screen, will I fight side by side with them? I will fight with the 7th team. Companions outside, fight together? Will I be recognized by more people? The voice reached Akimichi Tingzao's ears, and he responded kindly, ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, little Naruto. Koji often talks about you at home, the burly uncle continued to introduce. There are not many people who can make that child give out snacks. This sentence reveals Koji's special friendship for Naruto, because among the Akimichi clan, sharing food is a sign of deep trust and friendship. The breath of Mingja inhibited the regeneration of the body, and the power of the spiritual god sealed the movement of the limbs. Just when Dingzuo and Highway thought they had defeated Baizu, suddenly, the purple lightning falling from the dome once again gave Beiju the strength to stand up. Dingzuo said solemnly. His fighting spirit was actually increasing significantly, and that power had strong restraint on the seal. The insects on Beiju gradually peeled off, revealing his true form, which made Shimai's expression become serious. The bugs sent a strange message, they were forcibly fed by huge energy. On the other side, Minato and Naruto saw this scene while escorting Sarah. The two stopped and took a defensive posture, forming the last line of defense to protect Sarah. "Go ahead, Sarah." Naruto gave Sarah a thumbs up and encouraged her persevere with the perseverance to never give up until the end. Sarah heard Naruto's cry, and a surge of strength surged in her chest. She knew that she could not stop and must continue to move forward in order to end all this. Naruto and Minato were at the rear of the team. Their mission was to ensure that Sarah was able to leave safely and at the same time prevent Beige's pursuit. At this moment, a group of black mist-like insects appeared in Minato's palm, changing into different shapes and codes. After Minato interpreted it, he frowned slightly. Sure enough. Naruto asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Minato replied, "The news from Highway, judging from the reaction of the sea bug, is that the guy has obtained the power of the dragon vein. As long as the dragon vein is not sealed, the energy is almost endless." Naruto was speechless for a while, but there was no fear in his eyes. "I believe Sarah. So, I will definitely stop that guy here." "Ha ha 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 ha. You brat." They had just finished speaking when they heard the familiar maniacal laughter approaching. "I am the most powerful being in the world right in front of you. What is the posture of this ultimate power?" Naruto did not answer, but summoned countless incarnations in front of Minato. Looking at the spirals gradually forming in Naruto's hands, Minato was still stunned even though he had seen them from a distance before. "Really?" A large number of Naruto's formed groups of two, held up the halo in their hands, and leaped towards Centipede. "Come down here." But Beige's power far exceeded his expectations. The long tail was as fast as a whip, easily knocking him and the avatars away. When Hyakuzu was about to attack again, Minato appeared in time with his speed, saved Naruto, and took him to a position where he would not be affected by the attack. A frontal attack is ineffective. Minato held Naruto's shoulders, his tone was confident and calm, but, "I have a way to find his weaknesses. The wedding has been postponed again. Oh ho, is the fourth Hokage finally going to take action? The boss of the motorcycle clan will not dream of propellers. The Golden Flash does not get along well with such an enemy. He lacks the ability to attack difficulties, and the opponent is not sealed. The type of magic influence, some hit. Just believe in science." Seeing Naruto-kun use a similar spiral 20 years later, Minato must have been in a very subtle mood. The old man's decision, haha. Future flower shop owner. 20 years later, the tricks I created were brought to me by future generations. Woo. This is too romantic. P.S. I was recommending a book that I was following. I didn't have any articles about Naruto movies after reading Shukai, so I took the opportunity to write about it. I didn't expect that Ben and I would attend the Naruto movie together at the same time. What a fate! The following is the synopsis. The comic book world is about to usher in an invasion from another world. Baishiki, who has traveled through time, awakens his golden finger. He can become stronger by changing other people's perceptions by making live broadcasts. Baishiki, the fun man, said, "Isn't it too boring to perform alone? I want everyone to come together, so. Hikigaya Hachiman Komaki, I want to create a world with you. Shirogane. Miyuki, I do what I say, this is my Nindo. Ayunokaji Kiyotaka, my dream has no future. My dream only exists in the past. It only exists there. Maiko Shinji, live for others and work hard to protect the village. Mikado taught me. I know that tomorrow's sunset will be more brilliant. Kitahara Iori. Genius, genius, so what? Even if it's talent, even if it's not enough, I have to work hard to surpass genius. This is my goal, this is my way of tolerance. Baishi, what a joy it is to live an invincible life. Chapter 33. Minato's body was like lightning, and he rushed towards Beiju with a momentum like a rainbow. Starfrost spiral reading formation, start. He shouted low, and several ice blue circular light doors appeared behind him. They were dazzling, with obscure runes engraved on their edges, and emitting mysterious fluctuations. Star Frost's spiral light flow. Following his command, the icy blue light in the light gate twisted and changed like a living thing. It was as dense as rain. It instantly covered Beige's whole body and struck the huge body mercilessly. The attack with spatial characteristics ignored the decisive battle. The weapon's hard defense directly penetrated his shell, and the remaining energy light spots focused on the core on his chest. Is that this guy's weakness? There was a flash of light in Minato's eyes. He kneaded with one hand, and the ice blue energy driven into Beige's chest suddenly lit up. Then Minato swayed, shuttled through the space, appeared in front of the core, and pointed out. Destroy! The fingertips condensed a huge amount of space energy. They were like the sharpest blades in the world, cutting the core into countless tiny fragments. However, Beige's eyes lit up again after a brief absence. It's a small trick. But Minato's attack was not over. At the foot of the mechanical body, a huge and complex ice blue array quietly bloomed. Magnificent lines intertwined in the void, drawing mysterious symbols one after another, which contained profound space. The power of Beiju is very high now, which makes Minato have to invest more energy and time in setting up the magic circle. His hands are constantly changing the complex seals, injecting power into every corner. Finally, with the completion of the last process, the magic circle emitted a dazzling light, and the entire space seemed to solidify at this moment. The spiral reading formation of time and space exile. As his words fell, Beige's figure became blurred in the light, and was instantly transported to the fifth dimension that was not in this world, and was torn into pieces by the violent space fluctuations. Naruto, who was watching the battle, widened his eyes. Amazing! No, it's not over yet. Minato seemed to have noticed something. In the sky, a dark purple crack slowly opened, like a deep scar in the night. The edge of the crack shone with unstable light, as if even the sky itself was resisting this sudden change. Phew, it's useless. As the crack widened, a terrifying figure slowly flew out from it. It was Beiju, who had just been exiled to a different space. Ignorant bug. The dragon vein has the power of time, and it gives me the uniqueness of my existence. Whether I am crushed by a horse or exiled, I will return like thunder. Really? Minato frowned, knowing in his heart that the power of the dragon's veins has not been broken, and no matter what they do here, it will be useless. It's not Nantong. What a cool move. Can time and space still be used like this? Crow in the mountain city. Sure enough, no matter which world he is in, the Yondaime-sama is so outstanding. Professional inheritance puppet. I can see it. Beiju is really difficult to deal with. But, obviously he is a puppet master with such powerful abilities. Why does Beiju look so useless? Pay 2,000 yuan before entering the sea. Don't tell me, the infinite resurrection is just to keep it in a state where it will not be beaten to death by Minato and the others. I can do it too, ha ha ha. The top of Lulan Tower. The power of the dragon's veins exploded, like thunder piercing the night sky, injecting revitalizing power into Beiju's swollen body. In the huge light, the figures of Ding Zhou and Highway stood out particularly. They half knelt on the ground, panting, trying to regain their strength. Beiju quickly recovered under Minato's gaze, and the speed made him feel a little difficult without the seal. This regeneration ability is too amazing. At this critical moment, Sarah finally led everyone to arrive. The top of the tower. She eagerly instructed everyone, go through this staircase and you will reach the Harmony Room, where there is a barrier of light that protects the dragon veins. However, at the end of the stairs, the door that was once open has now been covered by a heavy door. Stone wall blockade. Behind her, the sound of Naruto and Minato fighting could be heard. Sarah rushed towards the switch, trying to open the passage to safety, but was shocked to find that the control mechanism had been completely damaged and could not be started. Lake Wangju. It turns out that he didn't even kill the two fourth-generation Hokage followers who had been cut off before. There were really zero casualties. Princess Tsunagakure, this person is pretty good in other aspects, but his brain is not very good. She has been training legs professionally for 20 years. You were hired by Konoha, right? On the battlefield, the two blonde men, Minato and Naruto, were trying their best to stop Beiju. Minato used the power of space to create a maze that could never reach the end, but Centipede, who has become familiar with this power, has developed corresponding resistance. Naruto didn't have as much fighting experience as Minato. While he was struggling to stop Beiju, he was knocked out again and again. The ground shook, rocks fell like rain, and unblocked scatter attacks continued to hit Sarah's surroundings. The situation was critical. Looking at the trapped people, Sarah once again felt pained by her own powerlessness. She was about to lower her head in despair, but was attracted by Naruto's firm voice that still refused to give up despite being seriously injured. It's not over yet. She raised her head, looking through the smoke and dust of the battlefield, and saw Naruto taking countless incarnations to fight fiercely with Centipede in the air. The blue light ball could no longer break Centipede's strengthened shell, and Naruto's body was knocked away again and again, but always persist and refuse to fall. Bastard Centipede! Brat! Naruto! Sarah whispered Naruto's name, her eyes blurred with tears. Her eyes fell on the demon-breaking sword given by Naruto. This sword represented the trust entrusted to her by the boy and the courage given to her. The girl gripped the handle of the knife tightly, as if she could draw strength from it. She slammed the heavy stone door, her voice choked with sobs, and begged, "Please! Please! Open the door! I am an unqualified queen. But, just think of it for Naruto, for that fool who never gives up. Please open the door!" Sarah's call echoed in the empty room, and at this moment, as if in response to the girl's prayer, the blade of the short knife suddenly lit up, as if it resonated with her will. A ray of light also appeared in the door lock, it seems to be guiding her to do something. Sarah gritted her teeth, tightened her grip on the handle of the knife, and inserted the demon-breaking knife deeply into the door lock. Her heart was filled with determination. "Naruto, hold on a little longer and I will help you right now." Along the gap in the stone door, the glow of the barrier flowed out like a galaxy, illuminating her face. Zaihu Jaohua in April. Little Naruto is so manly, Sarah, it's the feeling of heartbeat. Lucky cat in the torture department. Hey, don't talk about Sarah, I'm almost excited. Naruto, this guy, really reliable at critical moments.